Yes. Yes.
I did put it on. Yes, it is.
Yep.
Have a wonderful one.
Thank you very much.
There's no plug.
No.
Do you have like a WhatsApp of Denise, or she will be there?
Uh, I have an email, but it's not that.
She doesn't respond much to it.
Yeah, I know. But she should have a Zoom link. I think she mentioned that she has it, so hopefully she will be there. And we have someone else online, don't we?
No, he can't.
Okay, oh, okay.
So who? Count?
The data cooperative guy. He's got another
Oh yeah.
meeting at the same time.
Daniele?
No. The data cooperative guy.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, yeah.
The
That's
expert.
fine. Yeah, yeah. That's fine.
Daniel is here, we were just there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good. And then,
Keith on
Keith?
there.
Yeah.
I met with
But
him.
he's here.
Mm.
Good.
He's good.
So,
Mhm. Okay.
and this is always a course if like someone is on the last day.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
one is
That's what
nowhere.
I was saying. Not like
No, it's always just like.
Yeah.
Yeah, like people talking on stage and almost no one is there. Or
Yeah.
just people came there to sit at least.
Hi, Dana.
Hello. How are you? Excellent.
So very briefly, my idea as an online moderator is to monitor the chat
Yeah.
and repost the questions that you guys will be asking to the panelists.
Yeah. Just
And
flake me. Just like do
yeah,
this, and then we'll get the microphone to you
yeah,
to read them out.
I will be seated right in front of
Okay.
you.
Perfect.
And if there are no questions, maybe at the end I can just do like a very short comment.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Feel free to step in because I'm worried that there might not be many questions.
I see.
You know.
And plus the time zone. It's like.
Oh yeah, it's too early for most
Yeah,
of the people.
it's like 6 a.m.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
like in the
One,
UK.
one,
it's
one
6.
colleague was now joining in the main session from London. That's even like 1 hour less. So,
Yeah, exactly. Zan
Yeah.
told me like I'm
Yeah,
watching this
yeah.
at 6 a.m. here. So.
Exactly.
But anyways, let's just have fun.
Yeah.
We're
Mhm.
here together, so we just
Yeah.
talk about this
Yeah.
between us. It's
Also, I mean, it would be nice
Worst case
if
scenario
at any time you feel like you want to, jump in, even like from your perspective. I mean, that
Yeah.
also makes super sense.
it's okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I've already discussed a little bit
Yeah, I know, I
few,
know,
few
yeah.
past days with Gael. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
I mean, it's also a lot about, I don't know, our experiences, the challenges in the regions, and so like these
Mhm.
discussions can be about also our own personal. We have some questions on this, so
Yeah.
makes
And
sense
you
to.
all look great.
Yeah, thank you.
No, this will be good.
I believe
And if it isn't, it's the last day, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
You don't have to look anyone in the eye for the rest of the week.
trust me, I saw some lightning talks, and you're definitely good. It's fine.
Yeah. In all fairness, I felt like I didn't have great performance on a different panel that I was on earlier
We're
this
always
week.
our
So
own, hardest judges.
yeah, no.
So deep.
This is the deepest thing I can channel like this morning, right? Have you seen my News channel song? Yeah.
Good morning.
Okay. When did I and didn't we leave after that? Shortly after. Very shortly after. Then my girlfriend called me around midnight with some bad
Oh, there he is.
news.
Hello.
It's about the living situation.
Good morning.
Yeah. Hello.
Adventures.
Morning.
So then, just to make this clear once again. So
Mhm.
you're just this is the baseline, right?
Yeah.
So I just have this open so that I can come follow
Yeah,
through the session. Is that
Totally.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I have it. Yeah. Well, do we have Denise online yet? Because we need to do a sound check with her. Is anyone having the Zoom open right now? Or if we could check with.
Everything works.
They do? Okay. Testing, 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 testing. Testing.
Everybody else. Isn't Keith on Twitter? I saw him.
Yeah, so we still need Keith and James, it looks like. And then Denise online. Could someone check with Daniela? Could you check if Denise is online with the tech team?
I just sent her an email.
Okay, thank you. Is this microphone working? Like, can you hear me on number 3? Like, quite.
3.
Yeah, it's 3, 4. Okay, is it still working right
It's
now?
good, yeah.
Okay, it's cutting out on, like, I can't hear
So
myself.
far it's good.
Okay, sounds good. So we're going to have to wait until our speakers are in the room. Yeah, because we still need James, Keith, and Denise. Like, yeah. Unless you would like to get into an interview with me, we can totally wing different questions.
Do whatever.
Yeah, we could, actually. That's not obtuse.
Let's wait for Denise. Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
I guess it's probably around 1 a.m. in North and South America. Maybe 2.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
only 7 hours.
Oh, is it 7 hours for her? Okay, because
Brazil, it could be like 7 or 8 hours.
yeah, because it's 8 hours for Toronto. I know that because that's my jet lag.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get started for the session in just a few minutes. We are currently waiting on a handful of speakers, so please bear with us as we sort ourselves out.
Which channel is it?
We are channel 3. She's. They're both online. Could you get them both on the screen or just coordinate with tech? For both Tabitha and Denise?
And if you want, guys, you can also join me here.
Sorry, I'm just going to. Actually, Daniela, yeah, because then we can have gender representation. Mind you, it's not. You're not usually looking for more men on the stage for gender representation.
Everything happens.
Mhm.
My lips too. They twice a day.
I know. Well, it's like we're in a desert, so it makes sense. For me as well, it's the. Oh yeah. We'll just get started in a minute. We're just waiting on a few speakers and making sure everyone's up online. So we'll just have a few minutes as we're just waiting for two of our speakers to show up on the back screen, Tabitha and Denise. There we go. So these two. Yeah. Hi, Denise. Hi, Tabitha. Would you mind throwing your video on, please, so that we can see you in the room better? Can you hear us on Zoom? Can we get confirmation?
I can't hear them.
You can't?
You hear them?
Oh, I don't hear them.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they are? Okay, well. Okay, so we can hear you, I guess, except for my settings, but
I cannot hear them.
you can't.
Not anymore.
No. Denise, Tabitha, would you mind going in that order of just double checking audio again? If you could unmute and just say a few words, just so we can do a sound check. Vlad, are you joining the panel?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Tabitha, would you mind unmuting yourself and just speaking?
Well, if they cannot join, then you could be the
And
speaker.
Denise, would you also please do this? Could you unmute and do a test? Tech support in the back of the room. Are they able to unmute? Like, is that causing any restrictions? They're typing, or you're typing to them? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Denise, Tabitha, we need you to unmute yourselves. We can, like, you have the rights to unmute, so we can do sound check, please.
No, I cannot hear it.
But I cannot even hear ourselves.
Check your channel to make sure it's on, because that keeps on happening to me.
Yeah, but she is.
Denise and Tabitha, could you attempt, Denise, could you try talking, just so we can see if we hear you? Natalie, do you hear Denise speaking right now? No.
This one works, yes.
Yes.
This one should work as well.
Denise, could you say some words? Maybe throw on your
this one is working.
maybe throw on your camera so that we can see if your mouth is moving, so that we can confirm. And same with you, Tabitha.
Yeah, they.
We cannot hear either of you. We can't hear.
So then we have to.
Okay, well, we'll begin. And then we'll hope that some of the unmuting on our Zoom end can start momentarily. So thank you all for joining us this morning. I know the last day of any type of conference or forum can have it that you maybe want to explore the city, have some last moments with your peers who you don't have the chance to see as often. So we really appreciate you coming to our session this morning. The session today is called Youth-Led Digital Futures, Integrating Perspectives and Governance. So we're guided by 3 different policy questions, and we'd be really interested in the audience to also participate so that we can form key takeaways and recommendations for our report with Secretariat following this session. Those 3 questions that will guide us today are, first and foremost, what specific provisions of the GDC pose the greatest challenges for different regions, and how can young people contribute to overcoming these challenges through creative and innovative mechanisms? The second is, what governance frameworks are needed to support the successful propagation of youth-led initiatives, digital or data cooperatives, across various global contexts, and how can global institutions champion these initiatives? And finally, how can current digital governance frameworks be adapted to prioritize youth leadership in decision making, ensuring effective or funding and resource allocation, and what lessons can be learned from other internet governance spaces involving young internet leaders. So for this session, we will begin with introductions from each speaker. We will then move into an overview of digital or data cooperatives and what they are. They are a new policy innovation idea, so we'll be exploring that. Then we'll begin working through the questions I just read, but as blocks, in these different separated blocks, we'll then invite room participation for feedback so that we can have that ongoing conversation throughout this session. To that, I'm going to give the mic over to Natalie to introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Dana. I hope everyone can hear me well. Thank you so much. So my name is Natalia Tercheva. I am here as the representative of the IGF Czechia, but I also work as a member of ALAC with an ICANN, and I am a researcher as part of my day job. And recently I've been following some of the youth initiative, not only in my region, but also global ones, fostering some forms of events or cooperation through workshops and events. So I hope that today we can all share some of our insights, maybe challenges we were facing, and what next steps we can all take to improve these forms of initiatives and gathering to empower the youth as equal stakeholders in the internet governance ecosystem. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Denise, we'll flip over to you online if you wouldn't mind giving an introduction of yourself.
Hello everyone, I hope everyone is okay and hearing me well.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I am happy for being here today, sharing a little bit about youth-led digital futures. This discussion is going to be very interesting, and we are going to not only talk about youth and digital innovation, but also marginalized people, global south, and I am very excited because of these thematics. I am the Latin American Caribbean representative in the Youth Coalition, and I hope to share a little bit about these topics, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much. And we especially thank you for battling time zones to be with us here this morning, but I think it's quite late for you over there right now. Wonderful. Tabitha, would you like to introduce yourself? I think that as we wait for some participation, Daniele, you're not a speaker, you're an online moderator, but would you like to say hi just so that our room understands your role in this session?
Hi everybody, this is Daniele Tura from Youth IGF Italy. I'll be moderating the sessions today. So even if you are here on site or online, wherever you're connecting from, please feel free to use the chat so that we can better engage. If you have any thoughts, comments, or questions, I'll be here to make those inputs heard here on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we also have our organizers. I'd like to recognize Vlad, who's on the stage.
Yeah, it works. My name is Vlad Ivanets. I'm this year Internet Society Youth Ambassador, and actually I was working on preparation of this session. We initially planned to cover some important issues with the emergence of the Global Digital Compact, which is a big thing, I think, and everyone is talking about this on this event, and I hope we will be able to cover some perspectives that it brings with it, but also we have a few more topics to focus on, and I hope that our speakers will be able to cover them as well.
Wonderful, thank you very much. And I just want to recognize Gail as another organizer for this session, and our rapporteur, which is Aaron, to the end. If you want to give a wave, Aaron, just as rapporteur. Wonderful, so thank you so much. So we're going to start with our data cooperatives or digital cooperative section. And I'll be introducing that. Again, my name is Dana Kramer. I am from Canada. I lead an organization called Youth IGF Canada, and I'm a 2024 Internet Society Youth Ambassador as well as my purpose for being here this week. So data cooperatives are a type of data intermediary that leverages the long-standing cooperative model to manage data for the benefit of its members, who are both data producers and stakeholders. Rooted in democratic governance, collective ownership, and fiduciary accountability, data cooperatives empower individuals and communities to enhance privacy by ensuring the data usage aligns with member-defined rules, to improve insight and foresight capabilities, enabling a larger pool of stakeholders to innovate with shared data resources, foster equitable data usage, ensuring fair distribution of value among members, and unleash a new wave of innovation by creating transparent data flows that can be leveraged for research, development, and societal good. So data cooperatives are more of an idea. They are not widely in practice. However, some historical parallels and relevance to these cooperative models include trade unions and cooperative banks. So during the industrial era, these institutions redistributed power and resources, creating more equitable systems. And data cooperatives today, similarly in the digital economy, these cooperatives balance individual and collective interests, addressing the monopolistic tendencies of centralized platforms and the pitfalls of tokenized economies that we do tend to see as an issue of concentration within network effects. So by aligning with different types of cooperative alliance principles, including democratic member control and concern for community, data cooperatives provide a resilient framework for addressing digital inequalities. And this brings us to the first question that we will address today as a panel. Oh, and we have James online. So James, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself so you can give an introduction as our final speaker for this panel.
that we do have a very nice conversation around the Global Digital Compact and then data cooperatives. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
So we'll be starting with our first question, which is what governance frameworks are needed to support the successful propagation of youth-initiated digital or data cooperatives across various global contexts, and how can global institutions champion these initiatives? So some sub-questions that we'll be working through as we explore this broad policy question. We'll begin with where do you think youth are building up digital networks in your respective region? And Natalie, I'll start with you as our in-person speaker.
Thank you so much, Dana. So for the context, as I mentioned, I'm here representing the IGF in Czech Republic, which is located in Central Europe. So of course, in my region, we're facing some very specific issues and challenges that might not have been the same in other regions and in other countries. And currently, the main topic for what we see is the issue of digital divide, but not on the first level, which might be the access or the access to technologies and in terms of laptops, devices, but also to be connected when it comes to Wi-Fi connection and internet coverage, but more focusing on the lack of skills when it comes to the effective usage of technologies. We currently lack some robust frameworks when it comes to educating young people in terms of media literacy, digital literacy, championing skills such as programming and so forth. These things are not yet embedded within the curricula through the educational system from elementary, spanning university, schools. And this is something that we currently see as a big challenge that we have to overcome in a way, because only thanks to this then we can see the youth initiatives, specifically in the area of internet governance and in digital, let's say in the digital discussions in general, really thrive and make a difference. So this would be currently the biggest challenge we are seeing. However, there is a big emphasis on making this happen. There are already some initiatives from companies that are operating on a global level, but also those who emerged directly in the Czech Republic, trying to champion the skills in young people, trying to offer them some forms of fellowships or program where they can come and learn when the schooling system or the education system is not offering these forms of solutions. So we can see that they're trying to learn, they're trying to improve this. However, we still miss some form of a robust framework to make this happen. This would be probably my opening statement to this. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. I think what I'm hearing from you is the importance of organization and a recognition of multi-stakeholders coming together to really champion these so it can become more institutionalized. And to that, I will ask Denise, in your region, what are some examples of global institutions championing youth initiatives? So building off what Natalie was saying of that importance, what do you see in your area for how this is actually playing out?
Okay, perfect. So it's very interesting when we bring the topic of data across Latin America, specifically because we need to improve a lot. We do have the legislation, and well, we are signatories for the treaties that brings these discussions, but we don't consider the specific traditional communities when we start to discuss the regulations. So the biggest improve that we would need to work with would be how we consider traditional knowledge and the data that comes from these communities in terms of natural resources and genetic data, and how we do protect and consider the sovereignty of these groups. Because in reality, we are not in fact considering their sovereignty in terms of data here in Latin America and Caribbean region. We need to improve this, but as a good topic to our discussion, not only a call to action, I would like to say that in terms of innovation, we do have some work on it across Latin America and Caribbean. I can say about a program from Brazil called Local Innovation Agent, who works bringing innovation and implementing it in a local level, which I think is very interesting and impactful. Well, I have a lot to say about the topic, but to start, I think these two discussions could be interesting. The local innovation is important, and this specific program is implemented by government and private sector together, so it can really have an impact on different people. And the interesting part of it is that it works with people who doesn't know in ESG and data framework and data collection, and we start to teach them through this project. So I will stop here because I think it's just a small talk right now, and then I will speak more on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. That's wonderful. James, what types of opportunities do you think other stakeholder groups can help build up digital or data cooperatives in your region specifically? So we get kind of that, starting with Europe, moving to Latin America, and then hearing the African perspective as well. Or you're muted right now. You need to unmute. Happens to all of us.
I'm going to speak from the African perspective. So in Africa, the data gap is very wide. So there's a huge discrepancy between the data we need, the data we collect, and then the data we are allowed to share. Right. Now, there's challenges in collecting the data that makes it difficult to share, or there's always these very rigid frameworks about how data is collected, how data is shared. Now, I come from a community background where we do a lot of community-led initiatives. So, for example, I sometimes contribute to Wikipedia, and in that space, it's a community-driven approach where members of the community come together to collect data on specific topics. It's the same with the OpenStreetMap Foundation and the OpenStreetMap community, where we are constantly contributing to a particular data source. Now, we need to be able to understand what the data harmonization processes are. How do we collect the data? How do we validate the data? And also, where's it going to be stored and who has access to it? Because I do a lot of open data, I strongly advocate for an open data and open governance model where everybody has a stake in the data, because the more people have a stake, the more we are likely to increase the quality of the data we produce, and then the more useful the data becomes to everybody. Because when we take a look at the my work with the OpenStreetMap community, we can see that the data we collect has various advantages and uses for humanitarian organization, flood prevention, flood detection, and we also do a lot of disaster response with that data. So you could see that because the community came together to produce that data, it becomes more meaningful and people are more passionate about it. So I personally advocate for an open governance and an open data model where people have a stake in the data and then the quality it produces. Thank you.
Much, James, for really highlighting that importance to ownership of data, as well as the peer production model that we see in the idea of data and digital cooperatives, and with a very concrete example with Wikipedia as well. Keith, thank you for making it here today. I'm not sure if you would like to introduce yourself and potentially discuss how digital and data cooperatives are working in your region and being championed by youth. Keith, are you able to hear me on the headset? Here, as we continue to sort out a few technical difficulties, the digital and data cooperatives have been the first block that we've had to really think more on a theoretical level for these youth-led futures. And we'd like to invite the audience for any questions, and Gail will be able to run the mic around the room to help ensure that we have, again, that peer production in how we understand too. So if you have a question or would like to provide any form of intervention that can help formulate our report, we ask you to raise your hand so that we can get a microphone to you.
Thank you for this. My name is Lena, and I work with the Council on Tech and Social Cohesion. And my question is, what actually needs to change? Is there a policy, or is there a cooperatives to come into existence? Like, is there a barrier that you need to overcome? Because the idea itself clearly has value.
Thank you very much for your question. Keith, I'm not sure if you would like to start that off, and as well to introduce yourself for the panel so you can get that conversation rolling.
Thanks so much. Sincere apologies, one, that I came late. I forgot my my badge, so I had to go and look for another one. And then when I got in, I think I tuned to channel 1, and I was looking and feeling lost because there was another sound that seemed like it was off. But nonetheless, I am happy to be here. Thank you so much for accommodating me and for the organizers putting this together. My name is Keith Andere from Kenya, African Civil Society Group. an IGFer, leader for Kenya Youth IGF. And so very pleased to be here today and to contribute to the discussions that are very pertinent, especially for us from Global South, because now this speaks to one. I come from a continent where it is believed to be the most youthful continent. And so the issues of data, the issues of digital future, the issue of privacy are things that are very dear to the youthful population from Africa, and I believe, not only just to the global south, but to the rest of the world. And so, as I settle in, I'm happy to take up the questions and and contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for our first question from Lena, what types of policy or business models will need to change to allow for data and digital cooperatives to potentially flourish in our online environment?
Super. That is a very fantastic question. So I think, and again, my reflections are going to largely come from Africa, at least where I come from. You'll find that even before we get to the level of data cooperatives and policies, we are still grappling with very basic fundamental policies, policies of, data privacy and data protection. We're also seeing a lot of gaps in terms of harmonizations between countries, because a policy, for example, in one country is not speaking to the other, and therefore there's a little of gap. So we see this as a challenge when it comes to things like data flow, where data is hosted, where data is resting. In Africa, for example, now pushing for Agenda 2063, which is anchored on what we are calling the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. So making Africa one trading bloc. So the opportunity there is the digital, the digital economy and the digital businesses. But then these barriers are a hindrance, in terms of how do we govern our data. And this data is data that, one, being produced by businesses, two, data that are sitting either from government, and these are all manner of data, be it biometric, be it, iris, be it all this manner of data. And so the kind of policies that would unlock this, I think, are more regional policies as opposed to national policies, so that this creates an even playing ground to ensure that cross-border data flow, to ensure that data for citizens who are moving from one country, data portability is something that we can plug in and we can use, but at the same time ensure that this data from a regional perspective is already harmonized. I think EU and the global north is already doing very well in terms of data harmonization and the policies that are being harmonized from an EU level and the rest. But Africa is lacking behind as far as this harmonization is concerned. But we also need to strengthen and back up these, data protection kind of laws with security kind of laws that ensure that transnational crime also is something that can be capped, because data is, as they say, is the currency, is the 21st century oil. So how do we it as the only asset, that can drive economies to the future? So just to answer the question again, I think the point here is harmonization, not only at a national level, but at regional level. And also, how do we support countries that do not have resources to put out this kind of data, be it technical resources, be it financial resources, because that for me is still a big challenge right now. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And I think that teasing out your answer is the importance of regionalism within data and digital cooperatives, of recognizing yourself as part of a broader bloc. And in current geopolitical competition that's rising and creating less free trade, where you get such innovative free trade agreements that you see in the European Union as well now in the African Union, that could be a disruptor for it. So now resting back in that European element, because we've been talking about Europe now suddenly, Natalie, could you also provide input to the speakers or to the panelists' question so that we can also have that pluralistic, multi-regional recognition of answering it?
And before you answer that, we also have a question that I would say you are the best person to answer to. And the other question online is, she's an academic researcher, Anju de Alvis, wants to find out if you think there are advantages to harmonize education data and, for example, higher education certificates, accreditation, and do that also for other regions, for example, so for the African region.
Thank you. So combining those two approaches of policy, but also including this educational policy element too within the answer.
Thank you so much. I think it actually makes perfect sense. And I thank so much for the online question, because this is pretty much what I also wanted to touch upon, which brings me back to the fact that as well, I am active as a lecturer at university. And that is why also I see that there are still some gaps also in the understanding how we can actually take back the ownership of our own data. And sometimes people still lack the knowledge what is happening with the data. And also personally myself, I sometimes don't know. You know, there are all sorts of terms and conditions, and we can all ask ourselves honestly if we actually read them and if we know the consequences once we say as we accept. And then the problem is also, as my colleague said about the harmonization, that is definitely one thing. But taking a step back, we have to ensure that we understand what it means and where the data goes and what is actually the real barrier between us owning them and knowing where they're now circulating, who are these parties who have the access to them and what they're going to do with it. So I believe taking it back to the question on education and raising some form of awareness and maybe creating a framework that would span various levels of education would make perfect sense, because if we are not aware of the consequences and the terms and so forth, then how can we even ensure that everything is in order and everything makes sense? But also, why should we even be interested in the first place in this issue if we just don't understand what it means and what it encompasses? And it is not something secret that currently the data that we all own and we provide, sometimes we just provide it and we don't know about it, and we don't know how actually important and rich all these information are we are just putting out there, because we just don't understand the consequences or how some specific third parties are using it to their benefit. And sometimes this benefit is very, very big and it's very pricey. So we are putting all these our specific forms of values out there without actually knowing how they're going to be used, and how maybe if it would be different and we would be still the owners of them, how we can make sure that they are used in a sense that we would be happy about it and we would be encouraged to use it in a different way. And then maybe building some form of communities or hubs where these data we agreed to use would be used, if it makes any sense, I hope. So thank you so much for these two questions. I hope I touched on both of them in a sense, and I agree that education, as well here as in other discussions revolving around internet governance and data handling, is the most important and crucial one, and this is where we should start. Thank you.
No, thank you for also bringing out that business model perspective of how we need more transparency in how data is used, and decomplexifying business models to ensure that we can understand how data is formulated, used, and then how that peer production can be mutually beneficial opposed to concentrated. James, I saw you had your hand up earlier, but I'm not sure if Natalie maybe touched on what you were planning to say, which is why it might have gone down, or if you would like to speak.
Out of my mouth. But just to add a bit, I think we need to look at data interoperability, touching on the educational question in the chat, because we need data to be able to sync to each other, talk to each other, right? It should not be difficult for me to take data that I generated here in Ghana and make it useful in Kenya, but it looks very much, like the current state of data harmonization, right? So even locally, right, we sometimes have gaps in how we collect data and how data between even government organizations talk to each other, right? And that is very difficult for us to unify data and then protect it more securely, right? Because the more data spreads, the more the more complexity it has. So we need to be able to reduce those complexities to make sure that interoperability is prioritized, and then we can be able to build the cooperatives that drive development. I do hope I've answered that question.
No, thank you. I think that really teases out business models as well for interoperability, potentially through enforced memorandum of understanding agreements or enforcement of entering into trade associations with specified goals to allow for more data justice. Denise, I think that you had a comment on this, and I know that you also had some context about how Indigenous governance models can also be reflected into digital and data cooperatives. If you could speak to your planned perspective and also adding that into, please.
The thing is that most people don't really understand is that some of this data are public in the internet, so you can access it, and it doesn't have regulations that says that you have to take it out of the internet or be careful with it. Just an example, we have all the locations of the indigenous groups on internet, and it's not categorized nor as a sensitive data, neither as a personal data, because it's the location of the families and the ethnies, and it's the specific location of each one. So it's not the location of a house, but a whole group. So how you can ask for it to not to be there, because, well, in which category of data is it considered? It's not, this is the thing, it's not considering any category here in Brazil, and you cannot ask for it. And an example of it, what problem it can lead is the Yanomamis genocides. Their locations and informations were accessed in the internet, and also other platforms were used to map their activities. And then the people that worked with mining went to these groups, these families, and they have killed, raped, and committed other crimes against these families. Well, we can see that the disposition, that the fact that the indigenous data are internet and other spaces so freely and easily to access really leads to real problems. And these are just some examples of problems, but we do have another kind of problems, just like the natural resources data is also available through the DSIs in internet, and it cannot it doesn't have any kind of regulation about it. So how can you really care about the natural resources data, because it's related to history, culture, and other aspects of indigenous families, and it doesn't have a way to protect it. So we have many problems related to this kind of data, because these data are sensitive, but they are not considered, not even as personal data, because they are related to a collective group. So the thing is, the person here in our audience made a question which is very interesting about the what should we change to allow data cooperatives, and what are the regulations related with it. So here we could say that data cooperative could be an answer to indigenous data, because if they could regulate and, well, be the people managing their data, they could have a data cooperative to manage the natural resources data, for example. But we don't have regulations enough to support data cooperatives here. So I believe it would be data cooperatives could face some problems here in Brazil, because we don't have enough considerations in the law that to have this model of governance and to allow people and groups to manage and to own some kind of data. That's it. What I wanted to add to this discussion. I am worried that we need to better improve our regulations to encompasses data cooperatives and also to encompasses DSIs, data of natural resources, and to consider specific groups and their sensitive data and their specific cases so that we don't promote exclusion through the law because we are not promoting inclusion, we are promoting exclusion with our data regulation here in Brazil and also in other countries.
Thank you very much. Of our workshop, are there any further questions from the floor over here? Gail, if you wouldn't mind running a mic.
This is a super interesting topic and definitely one of my favorite workshops so far.
Thank you. Sorry, name and
Oh,
affiliation.
sorry. My name is Sienna and I'm from the United States and I'm here independently. And my question is for people who don't really know much about data cooperatives, think your average everyday person, how do you get them on board with this? And then what does implementation actually look like with people who aren't in the tech space or aren't in this kind of space?
Thank you. And then Daniela, is there a question in the chat that also builds on this to help our panelists combine their answers?
So there isn't a specific question about this in the chat. I would just have a short comment on that, even if I'm not technically a speaker. And then I'd like to have maybe Tabitha for a quick comment because she would be interested in giving a comment as well. So I will try be very brief. So I've discussed during these days with Gael about the actual implementation and what kind of shape it could have as a concept. And the main incentive for local businesses and civil societies organizations to get into a data cooperative could be actively to get digitized, first of all. So the point is, if you do not have the source of data cooperatives as a concept kind of fall down. So I believe that the key word in there is, again, digitalization of processes of both businesses, in very also, in a way, normal and traditional businesses. Think about constructions, agriculture, everywhere around the world. All of these organizations need to digitalize the processes through ERPs or CRM of any kind. And the key revolution here could be about who's providing the tools for them to get digitized. And in particular, I'm thinking about the products and the concept of having that data getting managed through an intermediary. That could be, for example, an NGO itself, where all the organizations receiving those digitalization products and skills could get a stake in. And then that intermediary that is collectively and cooperatively managed could decide what those data could, where that data could go, right? So in that sense, think it of like having, first of all, a digitalization of businesses as step one. Step two could be, having a platform that could allow all these organizations to gather outreach or sell their products and services to a larger audience. And the third step is about having that intermediary actively sell or manage that data on behalf of all the members. This is kind of the idea, but first of all, you need a strong implementation of digital processes in all of these organizations. And with cooperatives, we have the chance to do it this responsibly. I hope this is clear.
And Tabitha, as one of the organizers for the panel, you had some comments you want to weigh in? No? Okay. So we'll move on to our next area, closing the block right now for this section, so we can get through each of the policy questions. So our next policy question broadly is how can current digital governance frameworks be adapted to prioritize youth leadership in decision making, ensuring effective tracking of funding and resource allocation, and what lessons can be learned from other internet governance spaces involving youth digital leaders? So we have some sub-questions for the panel to also approach, which first and foremost will be, in your youth-led initiatives, how many funds do you need to engage youth? Have you experienced barriers in developing digital governance frameworks due to lack of financial support? And we'll start online for this with James. If you would be able to unmute yourself to speak to this point.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think the cost of data collection is one of the most underestimated parts of building a data cooperative, right? So it's not just the cost of maybe hosting the data, like infrastructure, it's the cost around setting up the community. So when we are looking at maybe devices for collecting data, modes of collecting data, duration of collecting data, right? Support for the individuals who collect the data, right? So all of these things are an important part of building a data cooperative. Now, most of my work is done around volunteer led data collection, where volunteers come together to collect data at their spare time on their own time, right? But sometimes even that, you still need to spend money on, building capacity, right? Building skills on how to properly collect data, how to properly validate the data, and how to properly store the data. So these costs can sometimes stifle the progress we try to make around these data cooperatives, right? Because it's the people that are cooperating to build the model. So if the people are not supported in one way or the other, sometimes in stipends, sometimes in getting internet, right? Because most of the data collection models, you'd have to upload the data online. And we look at things like internet cost, which is one of the very key, should I say, barriers to active participation of community members. So how do we look at supporting the communities that collect data that we hopefully wish to rely on in the future? And how do we also look to support organizations that are coordinating these communities to be able to do more work?
Thank you very much. Because on this element of funds to engage, because you're in quite a few different digital leadership initiatives and stages, and all of this costs money. So I know with your robust experience that you could potentially shine some light to it and kind of build that history of when you work on one initiative, what the cost for that, so that we can better understand, like what James was just discussing, about the cost for initiatives that don't yet exist yet with the digital and data cooperatives.
Thank you so much. Well, it's no surprise that the issue of money and funds is always the most crucial one when it comes to effectively engaging the youth. So I would maybe start by saying that I personally perceive that the biggest issue is that youth are not perceived as a specific stakeholder group in many forms. Sometimes there is this categorization that we have government and we have the technical community, and then there's the rest. And the rest is like civil society with academics and then with youth. And just personally, me coming from the academia sphere and coming from the researcher point of view, I really don't think that our insights and our angles to certain topics are in line with those what young people have, children have, or broader this big bag of civil society. So I think that whenever we talk about effectively engaging youth and supporting the initiatives, we should not treat them as this broad civil society bag, because then whenever we want to highlight an initiatives and make someone understand it, it is really needed to bring them somewhere, to bring them as equal stakeholders to debates on the GDC or on other processes or on the topics of digital government, or just simply being here, getting them here to IGF, having the voice and speaking. It is so important not to treat them as just civil society, because we have many other representatives already. So usually they just don't receive any forms of support or mentorship or funds, because usually there's someone else already taking the spot, and it's usually not that pricey because they probably have their own connections already, and this is already this let's say shortcoming when it comes to treating youth initiatives. They just basically don't have the support usually that they need. They still need to build these networks and generate some form of support as they go. And it's like a vicious circle. So if we would have them here with us or at any other forums and events, then it would be probably easier for them to raise up why their voice is important, then get some connections, and then eventually generate enough support for them to come. But if they don't have this opportunity in the first place, then there's not much we can do about it. So usually we struggle with getting them somewhere. We always see from the government some options like, oh, you can actually submit a paper, or you can submit a report, or like your opinion written somewhere, but you never know actually how and if even it is implemented, which is of course an issue. And another thing is that if you're not in the room, and we all know how this is, you are low-key excluded from those discussions that are very important happening outside the rooms. We all know this, over coffee. This is usually where the real work is happening. And so if we don't engage them really where these things are happening, they're losing the equalness in this debate eventually. So with this, I want to say that I was part of many also youth-focused initiatives in the internet governance ecosystem. Also, when I was starting, being interested in all these topics myself, spanning from ITU, the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, where I actually met Daniela, and then being part of ICANN's program when we worked each other with Dana, spanning the next gen, which supports people who are still also studying in high schools, and then having some forms of fellowship on, again, various levels. We can see that this is a very good praxis coming from the big organizations and initiatives that already understand that they need the new perspectives of young people, because if we keep on talking about the internet for the future, we should include those who will be living in the future. And I think this is fundamental to understand that they're a specific form of stakeholder group. We need to have them somewhere as equal partners to these discussions. However, if we don't provide them the opportunity to come, then we are excluding them.
No, thank you. I think that perspective of youth as a stakeholder group is so important, especially as we're heading into WSIS plus 20. Maybe to put in a recommendation for this to update the definition of the multi-stakeholder model as part of WSIS to include youth as a stakeholder group, which wouldn't be too obtuse considering the technical community wasn't recognized in that first iteration. And so it wouldn't be abnormal to request another stakeholder group. But also, as you were saying, that youth initiatives and they really rest within opportunities for youth as well. We can't have youth-led initiatives if we don't also grant youth opportunities and create multiple points where you can be in the room. And as we're seeing, also with WSIS and the GDC, a question of if the GDC's review is tagged with WSIS in Geneva each year, does that create funding issues to try to get to Switzerland once a year to be part of those conversations? And what does that mean for different stakeholders around the world who do not have the financial resources to do so, most prominently youth? And is the IGF potentially a better venue that travels around the world as we all travel with it? Denise, I know you had some responses as well to this question. And in addition, could you also tell us a bit about your journey into becoming a young digital leader and explain how you think digital governance frameworks can benefit from other youth coming through the leadership pipe similar to you?
started with the Brazilian Youth Program, then got involved with the Youth like IGF, and now I am in the Youth Coalition. And we can see that these organizations, these youth organizations, are strong in their discussions. What we need to be stronger is to be more involved in policy making processes, I think, not only here but also worldwide. uh, I can see in other hand in the other side that we do need to be more involved in policy making, but we already have some good results of our work in digital governance and related to internet governance and other spaces. And I am really trying to bring the discussion on traditional communities this year. So if I'm speaking about it, I can say that some young people and young youth organizations, along with other stakeholders, have achieved very special thing that I wanted to share here. We have some traditional language in Google Translator and in other platforms, which allows them and other groups to share data from these communities that speak this language and online informations. And well, this is a result of a work of young people. Not only this, but we can see other improvements. We have been improving how the discussions on internet governance works across Latin American Caribbean, and we are trying to have a more dynamic way to guide and to lead these discussions so that we can really hear everyone and encompasses everyone in every aspect that needs to be in the discussions. We do have some local initiatives that are impacting youth and other people's lives. And I can see that the young leaders have worked well and have the knowledge, the needed knowledge to
Okay, sorry,
be
Denise. I think we
involved.
have some technical issues because we can no longer. Okay, it's okay now.
You cannot hear well?
Now it's okay.
It's okay. All right. Well, anyway, I was almost ending my topic. I just wanted to say that youth leaders have been doing a great work by making the digital governance more inclusive and effective in this aspect. So we do need to keep this work and, well, keep looking for these groups that are not usually part of the discussions. When we involve these groups and work for them, we are really making a great impact. I can see it here in Latin American Caribbean this year. If I speak from my experience of youth like IGF, I can say that we had many sessions that brought these discussions, and we've got a chance to work with people that are working with community networks, and this is very important in terms of the GDC. It should be more more considered in the document, but it is in the document, not as much as it should be, but it is, which is a victory, I think. Community networks are also an answer to places where we don't have access to internet. So here in Latin American Caribbean, we have not only young people, but other groups working with it. But specifically talking about young people, we have an organization like KIST, which is our indigenous organization that works all across Latin America, implementing community network in indigenous places where it's really far and it's really difficult to access internet, so they are doing a great job. So we have these examples of youth work and youth involvement in digital governance. So we've got to value them, to give support, and also to involve them in policy making, because we do have practical work to show and results to show. I wanted to say this. I am feeling that I am giving a lot of call to actions, but I hope that I gave some good examples to you of what our youth work here in Latin America and Caribbean looks like. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Denise. That's very useful indeed. So I want to turn over to you, Keith. Keith, what's the situation in Kenya? Can you give us some insight?
Thanks, Gal. I'll not only just give the situation in Kenya, but I'll also touch up in an African situation, having been a youth leader and led a Pan-African youth movement. I think number one, I agree with what colleagues have said, but most importantly, I want to highlight that there's need to institutionalize youth engagement. Because what we've seen, especially in these digital spaces, I think youth engagement has almost been kind of handpicking kind of engagement, either because the interest is personal. And so the people who come into kind of the spaces are more digital inclusion, digital rights as it. So maybe one aspect that we really need to do is look at how do we support youth networks? How do we support youth organizations themselves to grow the capacity so that they become our change agents, in the sense that there's continuity. I've seen situations where in Kenya, for example, there's a lot of opportunity to engage young people, but as we grow older, other things come in, so that we tend to drop off. Either because now I have a young family, or now I've got another opportunity, I've gotten a job, so we tend to drop off and think about advocacy and this kind of engagement. It's a long-term kind of game, if I was gonna put it that way. And so by the time we realize a very minimal milestone, some of these colleagues who understood the process have already dropped off. I do agree, with what also the colleague said about having youth as a standalone, stakeholder group. I think from an African IGF perspective, this is something that we really pushed a few years ago to ensure that youth are considered as a standalone stakeholder group. And what that meant is that, there was a seat of youth as a stakeholder in the MAG of the African IGF. But what has happened over the years is, that progressive thinking has been reversed back. And now they're saying, look, we don't need a youth seat at the MAG, but we can get youthful people into the MAG, which I think is detriment to the kind of progress that we already want to see. Then lastly, I think, again, we cannot underscore the issues of resources. And it's a twofold thing. One, there is a lot of resources to be tapped, but on the flip side, there isn't any resources that gets down to the people. And I think one way we can ensure that young people are getting these resources is to also look at the stringent donor expectation of youth organizations. Some of them operate as loose networks. And so by the time, you're getting some little funds to go and do, something, they want a whole list of things, make sure you have audit for 3 years, Yet this is just a coalition of young people who are coming and they're operating as loose networks. So how do we, in our funding models, look at ways to fund the unfunded and the unfundable? So that we include those people who don't have the usual structure, but they're actually doing the work at the community level. So I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Keith. These are very meaningful points. So yeah, the first one to recap is how can we ensure that, like we heard several times during this event, that the youth is not on the menu, but at the table, and that you cannot kick them out of the table. And also how to ensure a sense of continuity. And lastly, you mentioned the question of resources that we all experience every day, and especially last 2 weeks ago, we had an event and we experienced firsthand this how to fund these loose networks of organizations. James, is this something you want to react on?
in the multi-stakeholder engagement is differentiating priorities, right? So each stakeholder has their own priorities when it comes to um, data cooperatives. Yes, we may align on the vision, but the priority might be different. So you could see that the commitments may wait as time goes on. Now, what I would have loved is to have maybe certain funders of data cooperatives in the building. If there are some, maybe they can tell us their perspective of what they look out for in sponsoring these cooperatives. What's their mission? What's their goal? And how can we work together with the grassroots to be able to align properly? Because yes, they have the funds, but we need to be able to align that correctly with the people at the grassroots level, on the youth level, and be able to uh get get the message from the bottom up, right? Because sometimes it's very difficult for you to be up there and then have a feel of what it takes to be, you know, at the grassroots level, right? So I think maybe if we can get some funders, some governments, if they are in the building, to help us understand their perspective or what they are looking out for in joining these cooperatives and how we can better work together.
Thank you so much, James. I think the theme and the topic about opportunities for youth are very important. As we mentioned so many times, youth is very hard for youth as a stakeholder group to get actively represented because they do not have the experience, they do not have working experience. Most often they are in a way a residual stakeholder group, and instead we need more and more opportunities and also independent coalition and initiatives to get them involved. And in terms of opportunities, I would like to let Tabitha Wangechi, that is an online participant, to um, give her some time, that just have an input. Just please be aware of time. We are expected to finish this session in a few minutes, and we would like to move to the next item. So please, Tabitha, the floor is yours.
Quality, trusted, and reliable data. That's why it's very hard to create these, cooperatives in Africa, and even policies starting from there. For example, I have worked as, let me say, a gig worker, not a member of a cooperative, a data cooperative in Kenya. And at the time, it was foreign led, but it was coming to Kenya to pay us to collect data and submit to them. And at the time, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know I was getting involved in this business of a data cooperative. So having this conversation and looking back, I see how much data we collected and the amount paid. It makes me think that in Africa, we don't even need policies for data cooperatives. We need updated laws on employment, for example. Our employment laws are 20 years old. They don't address, the digital era. They don't address the plight that workers go through, for example, in digital cooperatives, to be able to gather that data and be paid the amount that you deserve. It's not clear because we don't have laws for that. So there's a huge room for exploitation. And aside from that, let's not forget that we are in a row with big tech because they have a lot of our data that they are hoarding. And for us to access it, we need to pay to have it. So this conversation is very timely because I see data cooperatives as the future for the data market. It's going to be big, it's going to be highly valued. But my question is, as Africa, where are we? Where are we positioning ourselves to be able to capture this moment and not be left behind and be exploited by big tech and the global north? So we need to up our game, number one, by securing the finances that we need, because it's actually very expensive. Number one, if you're establishing a reasonable, a well-established business model in the data cooperative world, it's very expensive, resource extensive. You need people who are educated, who can get you data that is quality, reliable. You cannot just gather data from anyone. And also, we're not looking for academic data. Dana, I'm sorry, I know she's a researcher in the academia. We also need to shy away from that, avoiding data that is too academic in data cooperatives. We need real data from real people, bringing members together, pulling data together, defining, these revenue models that work for us, that make people trust that they can give their data and be compensated. We can build a future where data is easily accessible, reliable, and we can now sell our data for a profit and not just be exploited for our data by big tech and not be paid anything. So as Africans, we need to come back home, have the conversation, refine our labor laws, number one, protect our data, and also harmonize data between countries in the continent. I know the African Union has been working very hard on that. So big up to them on that. But still, we have a very long way to go when it comes to building sustainable data cooperatives in Africa. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you to Tabitha. It's very insightful to have your insights from a first-hand perspective and not only as a theoretical concept. Vlad, you want to add something on this?
Yeah, I would probably answer Tabitha's question as well as I would like to raise the talk on Global Digital Compact a bit, because I think that the implementation of this document is really enabling African region and South region to be an active part of the digital economy we all live in currently, and with its like very enthusiastic goal of connecting 2.6 who are still remain not connected to the internet by 2030 seems quite doable. I mean, if the whole world will join this program, and if we will have the collaborative work in this regard. So I think this document is big, and it is really discussed throughout the forum, throughout the communities, and it provides a lot of opportunities for those who are really searching for help, I would say, and it really highlights the problems that younger generation is facing right now, because we all know that young people who are using the internet, they sometimes have the problems connected with sexual abuse and misinformation and many other problems that they are struggling from living in digital cyberspace. I would like to open the floor for the discussion on Global Digital Compact, if I may, because I think we we kind of like ignore this this one, and this one is important. Yeah. If I mean, I would invite our speakers to speak on this one.
Thank you, Vlad. I am more than happy to kickstart this conversation because one of the core principles we see within the Global Digital Compact is that we want to have inclusive participation, and we want the internet to be as inclusive, but also to be a trusted space. There's a lot of discussions within the idea and the values within the GDC is to provide a trusted platform for everyone to feel safe online. And from my perspective, the European perspective, and on topics I've been working on in the past few years, I'm constantly focusing on children and youth as the end users of the internet and digital platforms, and what types of opportunities but also risks they currently face online. And in the past days here at IGF, I've been delivering several talks on the problematics of child sexual abuse materials and all sorts of harmful content that are circulating online. And yet, until today, it is still unclear and it's not harmonized who should be responsible for, let's say, hosting these forms of materials online. What happens to those who reshare these things, those who download these things? And there are still so many question marks and real threats in the online environment, not only for youth, but also for other vulnerable groups. And I really hope and wish that through GDC and maybe other frameworks, we can do more for those who are very much at risk of being vulnerable and having their well-being negatively affected due to the limited frameworks or also maybe regulations within the online environment. Because currently, unfortunately, we still cannot say that the online platforms and internet per se is a space that can be trusted and it can be safe for everyone. So I'm really having high hopes that GDC might be maybe a good kickstart to having more robust and rigorous frameworks to ensure that we can really one day say that the internet is here for us to help us thrive, help us use the opportunities they provide while making us able to mitigate the risks and stay safe as much as we can. Keith, maybe I can do this move and then may put the floor over to you so you can add up on whatever you have to say to the Global Digital Compact.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I think the DGC is a very timely, kind of cooperation that has come up. Talking about data justice and the inequalities that come with it. But most importantly, what we see as a very progressive aspect also from us from Africa is the development and the adoption of the Africa Digital Compact, which then aligns very closely with the Global Digital Compact, but then it speaks to the African, priorities. And I think the biggest question the biggest questions here is the implementation, right? If we don't figure out how best do we have this implementation, especially in Africa, then we're going to have a challenge. It speaks about, stakeholder consultation. How do we ensure that the stakeholder consultation, for example, is not a high-level stakeholder consultation, but a very low-level grassroots kind of consultation, so that we're able to move together, ensuring that nobody is left behind. I mean, in the of SDGs is leaving no one behind. I think also that we really need, again, I speak a lot from an African perspective, we really need to see the harmonization itself between the UN-led process and also the regional INGO, which in our case is the African Union, making sure that we have synergy between these two entities, so that Africa Union also owns up this Global Digital Compact, becomes a key player in terms of implementation and making sure that we are bridging digital divides, ensuring that have affordable and accessible digital technologies. I think one also of the challenges that Africa is being faced with is skills development and digital literacy. That still remains a huge challenge, and the digital literacy comes also with a level of general literacy, right? In Africa, we have quite a number of young, people who are still illiterate. So even though we want to go into the digital literacy and skills development, there's a lot of skill gaps, skill mismatch. If you go to the education systems, very unfortunately, that many African countries are already, using now. And where the future is going in terms of future of work and the skill of the future, there's a whole mismatch. It's not new that universities are also producing half-baked people, or graduates. So you go through university, finish, your degree, whatever realize that you are learning obsolete things that you were there 20, 30 years ago when I was in computer science school. The kind of technologies that I was learning, Visual Basic, and by the time I got, everybody's looking at me. Those are the boy, is it something for the past 20 years? So learning again on the market. So I think those was one of key issues. And again, balancing innovation and regulation, especially for emerging technologies, is something that, from an African point of view, we really need to pay a close attention to, because all these emerging technologies, AI, and all of these things that are all coming in, we are quick to say in a regulation for AI. Let's try and make sure that there's some sense of regulation, but sure that that does not stifle innovation. Using AI, of course, to bridge the gaps that we're talking about, either the skills development, either digital literacy, as we know it, is not as multilingual, and especially in the African, context, where we have a lot of indigenous and native languages. How then do we ensure that the data that is in these native and indigenous languages are also recorded, they are kept, they are translated, and vice versa. Wikipedia, for example, I would like to see it in Luya, which is my local dialect, for example, so that I'm able to share this to my grandmother, for example, and she can understand. Because if you look at taking religion, for example, we have Bibles and Quran even that has been translated into the local dialect to make sure that, my grandmother back in the village, even though she cannot read English, but she can read her local dialect and she can understand. So I think these are some issues that we really need to think about. For me, I'm into the implementation. Everything on paper looks good, but how do we go to the ground and implement this?
Thank you very much. In our last 6 minutes, we'll work through audience questions. And I'd also really like to thank Gail and Vlad for taking over. Unfortunately, I had some food poisoning that came at an opportune moment. Daniele, do we have any questions at all in the chat to address in these final few minutes? No? Okay, then we'll move to audience questions. I think we have, we'll start with the woman to the side here and in these last 5 minutes, and then we'll move to Aaron afterwards in front.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed the conversation a lot of learnings, but I have like two concerns. One, when it comes to data collection, but secondly, integrating youth, like it has repeated from two speakers how when you have the youth on board, eventually they'll go out because they get older. And I'm thinking maybe while we are looking at challenges, the current challenges that are here, is it not is it wanted? How do I put it? Does the youth not have a responsibility on pulling other youth while they know that they are moving out? I think that is something you should also consider, because I would be very interested to know, you as youth, what do you think about that? Because sometimes we tend to think like on governance level, they are not including us. So what are you guys doing to include the others? By the time you're done, you have nurtured the other group of actors. And the second aspect, I also learned in data protection. I'm very interested in the topic of data protection. And one of the things I've learned is that in technology right now, we are so much pushed to solving problems. But instead of solving the problems and learning about what has been done, we go ahead, we leap ahead and start solving the problems, whether it's collecting data, whether it's finding solution, and you find a lot of duplications. So you have a limitation of resources and you're duplicating something which is already existent. Like you might find you're collecting data which is already has been collected somewhere. You are solving a solution, a kind of solution which is being already being solved somewhere. And to be honest, most of the solution provided by the youth are usually very, very unique, because they sort of represent the youth themselves. I've shared an observation and a question. That was I would really like to hear from them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think Natalie wants to start us off with this question, and then we'll move to one of the online speakers just for a balance between in the room in person and those virtually.
Yes, thank you so much. I would love to give maybe my perspective on your first question. And I actually had these discussions with many of my colleagues also in the previous days about how we make sure that we are not the post-youth in the room and not really representing what, let's say, 18 years old want and what challenges they face, because it can differ very much if you're close to your 30s or if you're 18. And I believe that what can be done and what I'm personally trying to do in my region is to go to schools, also at the, let's say, last years of the elementary schools, but also high schools, and do some forms of workshops or lectures tackling the issues we also deal with in the internet governance fields, because saying internet governance, saying GDC, and all these weird abbreviations or shortcuts, it can be very scary. And sometimes young people feel like it doesn't concern them at all, or they just don't understand what it means. So what I'm trying to do is also always think about the real implication, for instance, of the GDC, how it can affect me as a person. Or maybe if we have these forms of discussions, how I can benefit as a young person, or what about my family or friends or younger siblings, how they can personally be affected about these forms of legislations, or generally, we are discussing so many real life issues, but we have some form of code names for them, more fancy ones sometimes, and we are creating this not very inclusive barriers just because of the language we're using. So what I would suggest is to go always back from the bottom up approach, go back to the schools, go where the youth is gathering, and tell them this is actually your place to shine. We're actually willing to listen, and these all sorts of weird terms and abbreviations, all these actually have some real form, physical form, and eventually some outcomes, and to try provide some real examples, and through this make them excited about it and hopefully bring them on board. Because as you say, if we don't have real young people represented, then we are missing the point, and eventually someone who is trying to make sure that they're at the table will say, oh, well, they're not interested, so let's not invite them anymore. So this would be just my insight on this first question you were asking.
Thank you. And then to kind of give our closing comment and answering the question, I want to give the floor to Denise, who I believe has the most largest time zone difference and has really taken time out of her out of her sleeping time. So I want to give the closing remarks to her to also conclude the question.
Well, I think the discussions were pretty interesting here today. We've got the chance to hear lots of different opinions, and we see that the situation of not only data, but also youth participation in digital governance and innovation is similar, but also different across the world. And bringing this youth perspective from Latin American, Caribbean, and also speaking about teens participation. This year, I was involved in a dialogue about how we could involve teens and people that are not really don't really have access to innovation and digitalization, how we can involve them in these processes. And I heard an answer that I think that I could bring here, that is we have to give the chance to these groups, these teens, and also other youths to develop and to create innovation. So by understanding that our educational system is not the best one that we could have, we are beginning this discussion to be like effective. We should implement a more technological education that could provide teams from different places, and also when it comes to traditional people, to give them the opportunity to create their own innovation and their own technology. I believe that this could be an answer, an effective answer to really involve these other groups and to make the discussion of how we can make not only youth but other marginalized people really involved in the process of the digital governance and how we are developing our innovation and what
Thank
it
you so much,
is
Denise.
to be involved.
Unfortunately, we are getting the signal that we have to end, and our transcription has also ended with it. in person and online for taking the time today, as well as our tech support team and all the participants, as well as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this session and the Internet Governance Forum this week. We hope you have a great rest of your day. Aaron has been collecting much comments for the final report sent to Secretariat in early January. If there are any lasting remarks you would like, please feel free to reach us. You can find our contact information through the IGF portal by searching our names and affiliations. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Hi.
How are you feeling?
Oh, weak.
Betty, moderator. Hey, hey. How are you? And yes, it's a Mister, how are you? I'm good. Are you the moderator? Yes, I will be here. Okay. How many of you in your panel?
You know, and I was thinking that
But I, but they have to but they can share. Yes, yes, yes. They will keep this to my second. Okay, and then one will be perfect. Okay, let me give you some features. On.
Test, test, test. Hello? Oh, yeah, it's fine. Which channel? Sorry? It's close to here, right? Or is it not? Yes, 5.5 hours, 6 hours flight. 6 hours. It takes me 10 hours to come here. Where are you from? Hong Kong. Yes, Hong Kong. Oh, nice. I remember I saw you in the video. I remember. Yes. You were there, you know. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
And test, test. Please join if you can. I think we can start. Can you hear me? Yeah. So let me. Hello everyone and welcome to our session. Just a second. To our session, I think that also online participants can hear us. Yes. So this session is co-hosted by the Dynamic Team Coalition and the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, with will to address the evolving demands on the workforce shaped by the AI, quantum computing, blockchain infrastructures, and robotics. The focus will be on identifying innovative educational strategies and career paths that adapt to nowadays technologies. Participants will discuss interdisciplinary learning, project-based models, micro-credentials, tech appreciations, lifelong learning platforms, and language divide, also gender divide, aiming to align educational and professional development with the future technological landscapes. This session is roundtable session, so we'll guide dialogue on educational systems and employment. Also going through the digital divide and the existing gaps in the countries that have less access to the digital literacy, empowerment and infrastructure. According to UNESCO, around 3.6 billion people worldwide still lack reliable internet access, and in the developing countries, access to digital literacy and infrastructure is limited. By the ITU reports, the only 19% of the individuals in the least developed countries use the internet, compared to the 87% in the developed countries. There is no longer a clear pathway to success through education. A report by the MC Kinsley Global Institute suggests that by 2030, up to 800 million jobs worldwide could be lost to automation, representing 1/5 of the global workforce. As the Youth and the Teen Dynamic Coalition on Internet Governance, we see as a part of our responsibility to promote this dialogue on the perspective of education and future consideration the advancements of the technology and the internet. With this, I want to give the floor now to participants. First, I will go with the on-site participants and then on the online participants. Give the floor to give introduction and why their statement is very important here in this panel, and also to give us answer on what are their personal views on the current situation of education and employment, especially on the topic of the youth. I mean, this is the panel for the youth, but we can also cover other areas, but here this question is to the topic on the youth. I would give the first question to Ananda Gautam to introduce himself and try to answer his personal point of view.
Thank you, Marco, for inviting me here. And I think I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So my name is Ananda Gautam. I'm from Nepal. So I'm also coordinator for the Asia Pacific region from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. And I lead various other youth initiatives in global, regional, and national level. So my major engagement is capacity building of young people. So as Marco said, the challenges of education and young people. So we are in a very kind of situation where a lot of digitization has been happened. I can reflect when I think if someone is from the 90s, like we can say the Gen Z has been so much kind of like in the digitalized world. We were not that much connected because we grew up with the technology, I believe. In the 90s, the technology was just thriving on the public sector. It was the 70s when the technology got into its footsteps, but in the 90s it was in thriving situation, and we got to experience the development of technology with the development of our livelihood. Like we saw the offline part of the world as well, but now if there is no internet, I think we barely use our electronic devices. But in nowadays there used to be electronic devices without internet as well, and they were used for purposes. And then there were, before that there were typewriters and other things. And coming today, now we are in the kind of like we used to talk about digital divide, and now we are in the age where we talk about AI divide, like. So this is kind of situation, but still there's a very kind of situation where we need to separate global north and global south, because we have existing traditional gaps as well. We have literacy gaps, we have digital gaps, and we have AI gap. Like you need to have first literacy, and then like you need to have digital access, and then you can have access to AI and other emerging technologies. But we have all the three gaps, like. So but today's young people have chances to thrive with all the technologies, and they have literacy, they have access to AI technologies and other emerging technologies as well. So the point here is, how do we actually segregate, or like how do we separate the what is the maximum limit that we can use the technology, or are we leveraging technology for good, or are this technology always useful? Aren't there any threats? Well, teens and like young people are using the internet along with the uh, opportunities that it provides. We are seeing so much of threats that are now aided by AI and all kinds of things. And another thing relating to education is, now we are using generative AI, and we believe that some children and young people might believe that the content generated by the generative AI applications is legitimate. That is another issue, because people don't know what legitimate or what is the originality of the content. People might not know. So we need that kind of literacy now. It is not like we need to regulate or like we need to ban those kind of users, but we need to teach people how they can leverage this internet and other aided technologies like AI, and there might be another technology sooner. Like they need to be taught, or like we need to have capacity building digital literacy programs that enables them to properly utilize this technology. I'll stop here for the first round, and I think we'll be definitely going for second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananda. You point out very important topics. I mean, there is not just digital divide, but only digital literacy. There is also other divide, gender gap, which are very important, especially in the youth. As you mentioned, we are coming or raising now with those kind of technologies every day, but still it's a good thing. And also another points, which we're going to come back later with the questions. Now I would give the floor to Muhammad Kamran to introduce himself and give some personal state on the current situation.
Thank you, Marco. It is not less than an honor for me. So, hello, guys, everyone. Muhammad Kamran from Pakistan. I'm an advocate. I'm practicing in my own province right now. Also, I am with the IGF as a co-coordinator, and apart from that, I am with a lot of other organizations. But No need to mention all of them. I agree with coming back to the point that how we see from Pakistan. Like I'll talk to about my own country because I belong to Pakistan. So how we see all of this situation, how we see how what is happening around. I totally agree with my brother, with my friend that the shift from digital world, digital computers to the AI computers was too fast. We couldn't see that coming. And all the teachers, students, and the parents, we are really confused how to deal with them and how to tackle the situation. Like most of the teachers nowadays in the institutions that I know, they're detecting the AI homeworks, like the students that have done homeworks with the AI, they are busy in detecting such homeworks. They do not know if it is useful if students are using AI. I'll just give like I won't go to the explanations, which we'll be talking in a while. So we lack literacy, and by literacy I mean that students, they are trying to use AI, but they do not know the limits. And who are the ones who are teaching the limits? The adults again. So I think we have to start from the adults, and from adults we will move to to the youth, because youth are the future of the country. So first we have to have some regulations about the AI, that what are the limits to which they are not dangerous. Because if we use a lot of AI, I think that is also going to be a bit dangerous. So we'll talk about this in details, inshallah, in a while. That was a brief from my talk about this in a while. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Muhammad. Yes, I mean the future is AI, so I think we're gonna more and more use it AI, but we're gonna see later if there is any what we can do about in the future. Yes. Now I will give the floor to Marcela Canto, which is coming from Brazil, to introduce and give some personal statement on the current situation.
Thank you so much. So I'm from Brazil. I'm here representing the Youth Brazilian Delegation. And I'm from Rio de Janeiro, but not the city of Rio. I'm living in the state of Rio, and my city is called São Gonçalo, which is the second most populous city of the state of Rio de Janeiro. Yet, it remains a peripheral city. And I think we need to take like 2 or 3 steps behind to talk about education and digital education specifically, thinking about inequalities specifically of the global south. And especially when we are talking about public policies who will make change and make difference. But I will talk about this later in my presentation, so I will pass the mic.
For the introduction and on answering the question. Now I will give the floor to Ethan Chung for the last on the on-site participants to introduce himself and give a short statement.
Hi guys, I'm Ethan Chen and I'm a youth ambassador of One Power Foundation. I'm from Hong Kong and I'm not actually working for a job, so I can only tell you guys a perspective for education and a perspective of how we are educated. So I think in order to be related to technology, the education system is not enough because we're doing paperwork right now and we're writing normal writing and comprehension things on papers, but I think that we should educate something that is related to AI and or maybe other technologies, and the education system should actually educate us how to use the AI and how to use these technologies maturely, not only just how to use it, because we all know how to use it, right? ChatGPT, you input the question and it gives you an answer, but how to use it correctly, how to use it better that it won't be against the law. This is the key point, and I think should be discussed later. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now I would go to the online participation. I would give the floor to Umut. Can we just, yeah.
Well, we see that these kind of technologies are a bit advancement and gradually have those like taken by surprise, as someone you already say. and it's actually revolutionizing the industry and redefining the skill that we need to try in the modern workplace and the education system. Well, this kind of transformation actually presents not only a challenge, but also opportunities for educational institutions and individuals seeking to navigate this evolution of the workplace. So, in my personal opinion, I think that educational institutions must adapt to these changes to adequately prepare the future workforce. And I hope that we explore a little more on that and during this conversation, especially in the educational strategies that we can adopt to adapt these technologies and examining the changes in career pathways of different workforce that we can have in the future.
Thank you.
I think you can hear me well. I am Denise Leal from the Youth Coalition. I am from Latin American Caribbean region. When we first started to think about this session, this dynamic coalition session, we were in a dialogue with the DTC, the Dynamic Team Coalition, and we were talking a lot about how the future is changing and how it's changing right now, right in front of our eyes. And we have to think the work and about the work and the education in a very innovative way. We we can't anymore think about the education as traditional as we've always seen before. We need to adapt because future that is already here is asking for it. We've discussed a lot about many things during our meetings to come to this session and to have a dialogue on it, not only thinking about the youth view as the 18 and 35 years old youth view, but also for children and teens. What is it like to be a student in a classroom where you are studying a thing that you won't use, considering that you actually will need to know about AI, about technology, about social media, and lots of other stuff that you are not learning in your class? So here we are today waiting for discussions on these topics and willing to hear you all. And I am super excited to talk about it. And I also will bring some aspects on marginalized people, global south, and traditional people also. So because we have to include them in the discussions and talk about them, and also about infrastructure, because if we are talking about digital era education and work, we have also to consider that there are people excluded. They are not there are people that don't have access to internet, proper access to internet. So we have a lot to talk, and I will, now that I've presented myself, I will give the word to you, Marco, so we can continue the flow.
Thank you, Dennis. One thing what we discussed it in the youth coalition between us that it's youth coalition is from 18 to 30, and we represent the youth, but the youth sometimes it's not just 18 from to 30. That's why I think it's the teen dynamic coalition is very much needed because nowadays I'm, for example, 29, and when I was studying or going to primary school, high school, I was still using the technology, Facebook, I don't know others, but it's not the same like it's now with the TikTok, with the much more usage. I know my nephew is using the tablet sometimes too. He knows automatically. So it's totally different viewpoint. And sometimes even we are as a youth still cannot represent their, how can I say, issues, their challenges, or what they are and how they are experiencing the technology. So that's very important and big that this coalition should establish like dynamic team coalition and get more and more involved to be also their voice heard. Okay, I will go now to one of the questions. I mean, in the beginning, Ananda mentioned that there are some more divide gaps. Karen also mentioned Kamran, sorry, also mentioned that should also be education to the adults because they are the one who are teaching the youth, and sometimes the youth may know more than the adults. There we also had it. I think Umut mentioned that the institution get more involved. So I would ask the question: what is I mean, with the current situation, we see that more and more AI is evolving and all other advanced technology like quantum computing, robotics, those kind of things. But there is a big demand of the workforce shaped by the AI. So my question here is, considering this, which innovative educational strategies could be used that we can adapt to these technologies? So in the future, but maybe not in the future, maybe in the present, because most of this technology, depending on the country, are already taking over. So what do you think is the innovative educational strategy that we should go with that one, or how should we come to that, adapt, or I don't know, approach, let's say? I will get, I don't know who first would want to answer. You? Okay. Kamran?
Yeah. So as I've mentioned earlier, that the jump from the digital machines to the AI machines was too quick. I think we didn't see that coming, but yeah, it is what it is. So first of all, I think some people they see it like the strategy. We're talking about the strategies, how we can face all of these things. So like there are three ways. Firstly, people would be mostly adults because the youngsters, the youth are using AI more than the adults. It is their thing. So the adults, what they do is they flee from the situation. Like they leave the situation and they go to some like, we are not seeing it. So it's not happening. Secondly, is that they fight for it, like they fight against it, that you shouldn't be doing this. As I've mentioned earlier, that most of the adult teachers, they're busy in detecting the homeworks that have been done by AI. I think that is also wrong. That is injustice. If a kid is able to solve his homework with the help of an AI, it is just another this is just another tool that is here to help us. As our vehicles are here, as other technologies are here, I think AI is also here to help us if we do not cross the dangerous limits. We'll talk about that as well. But this is the second one. Like we shouldn't be fighting it as well. Then what should we do about it? I think we should adopt to it. That let's not flee from it. Let's not run from it. Let's not fight it either. Let's adopt to it. Why not we adopt to it? Because like this is the future. At like we cannot say that AI is not happening, and I'm not going to allow that adults who say that let's do it the old-fashioned way. I think that is also wrong, because if there is something, this is as if we would say that let's not go to that place by our vehicle. Let's not use the aeroplanes. Why not to use horses? It is the same to me.
No, they're
So
just listening.
so yeah, using AI is not bad, but to a certain limit. Like so I think the strategy that we should that we should adopt is the adaptation to the situation, adaptation to the AI, and also there should be some regulations that to what limit AI, and not only AI but all the other technologies that you've mentioned earlier, of course. But as AI is the boss, we know that. So that is why I'm mentioning, I am referring to AI again and again. So yeah, we should have some regulations. We should have some limits. Like this is the limit. This is but yeah, who's like then you'll ask us, you'll ask me that who's gonna watch over a kid with an iPad? As Marco has mentioned, that our children, like our people, like the babies, they know how to turn on the Wi-Fi. They'd go to the YouTube. They'd search for the shark, so baby shark. Yeah, I think all of you know that. So our kids, they do know about all these things. When we were kids, we didn't even know how to turn on a mobile phone. Like we'd ask our parents to please open the snake game for us. We'd be playing the snake games. I don't know if you guys have done that, but nowadays kids have adopted it, and I think we shouldn't stop their way, but we should teach them their limitations, because if they exceed their limitations, their screen time increases, that is going to be a bit dangerous, because we do not want machines in the future. We want humans. We want them to have feelings. and we'll be talking about the future strategies, inshallah. I have a point in that too, but all in good times. I'll get back to that in that question. But now we are talking about the present strategies. So I think the biggest strategy, and to me the simple most strategy, I'll say this in very simple words, is the adaptation to the situation. We shouldn't run from it, we should adapt to it, because as it is said that when we do the reconstruction of a house, let's say that we are like the beautification or something like that, if we want beautification in this room, we'll demolish one wall of the room only to reconstruct it in a better way. So I think like if we do not run from the situation, let's reconstruct it in a better way. Like let's do the beautification in it, let's beautify it, let's make it in another way. If this is not working, let's do this in another way, in the modern way that is needed. So yeah, that's from my side. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you for your deep answer, I would say. And thank you for pointing out that there's many, many more things that are included here. It's not just one thing, and that the AI is part of all of that I mentioned. Robotics, in every technology that we are using now, AI is a part. So as you mentioned, AI is the main component or the boss. I would give the floor to Umut now, if he can share also some experience on this question, and then we're going to revert on site to someone.
Actually think on this question every day, because and I not only his teacher in university, but also in high school. When actually I had teens from 13 to 18 and 70 using AI in my classroom. And besides thinking on ways on how they are using to as a tool, I start to explaining to them that most of the answers probably are not exactly correct. So I started to use the tool in a different way than everyone else. So one of the things that I do is to put the actual tool into test in the classroom, so they actually can know exactly what are the limits of the tool inside of the classroom. So they actually can know the implication of using that technology by experience. So that's one of the things that I think it should be incorporated in the curriculum when it comes to emerging technologies, is having to use the technology and the implication of that technology by experience. So the students actually going to know beforehand in really early stages, as I do in my case, because most of my students has 12 or 13 years. So they're really young. So they, from that age, they already starting to learn what are the implications of using that and what is the limit of using that. Another thing that I started to find out in my practice as a school teacher is that not only this hands-on experience or the real-world applications and early exposure is also the interdisciplinary approach to this to the use of these technologies is also really helpful, because it gives them a more holistic way of understanding how these technologies can be used and how this technology can actually help them to improve their daily lives. Another thing that I would try to do in my classroom is actually create some critical thinking and problem solving. Is to use this tool the different tools as a way to improve the analytical thinking and problem solving skills, and try to give them some abilities to adapt to these new challenges. Another things that I try to improve there is not to demonize or to be against these technologies in the classroom. I just wanted to understand that what is there actually could help them also to increase the creativity, increase the design thinking, and ability to generate solutions to new ideas. This could be the pinpoint to another solutions or what the problems that they have. So that's what I'm trying to do. And another thing that I use this kind of tools in the classroom, and I think it's important to have it, besides all the things that I already said, is to understand that this tool could also have a important role of creating collaborative efforts inside of a classroom and outside of the classroom. Because if you have these different kind of tools to resolve a problem in a real life context, you will actually have to work together and collaborate between peers. So that is important. That is an important ability not only for in our educational system, but for all life. Or when we going to start to work in some, I don't know, so important entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs or something like that, we going to work with people and we're going to collaborate together. So we need to adapt it to have these technologies inside of the classroom, but thinking on the future of the workforce. Yeah, that will be all for my side now.
Thank you very much, Umut, for sharing. Now I will give the floor maybe to Marcela to give more on the Global South and those opinions.
I think to answer your question, it's crucial to consider that digital skills must be included in the curriculum of basic education. The changes I think that people used to see as a have to, I see as a must to. There's a misconception around the use of digital device will take the educational process more innovative. Some examples are using tablets in class or using AI to increase productivity, but it's a mistake. If education doesn't challenge social structures because social structures that perpetuate inequality, discrimination, and oppression, then it's not really innovative because it doesn't promote significant change there. We are now experiencing a new configuration of colonialism. Duration and international division of labor continues, but in a new guise. While the global north has large technology companies that employ CEOs and software engineers, we in the south are left with the worst jobs, whereas mining for processor production or removing objectionable content from the internet. Technology alone will not save us for our problems because technology is not neutral. There is always a purpose and a bias. What I mean is that if the global south maintains the colonial logic, the structure remains the same. Eurocentrism remains the same. The underemployment that even with adopt technology, the global south will continue to be under employment and all of that context of dependent capitalism. Our development will still be under development because it is still operating the colonial system where the south feeds the north in an unequal relationship, not only with raw materials, but also with precarious labor. So I believe is that the curriculum in digital education needs to focus on training technology creators, not just average users with common digital competencies and non-technical know-how. We don't need only competencies, as promoted, for example, as a document of UNESCO called Global Citizens for Education. We must have systemized and historically accumulated knowledge that enables critical think, because through this, we will be able to criticize and transform reality. And I need to highlight that curriculum is power. The curriculum in basic education is what is projected as a society. And curriculum produces ways of being, existing, and interpreting the world. When a current problem in a region
or a need of certain group of population are not included in the curriculum, it's also a political decision. If technology curriculum does not address race, gender, class, is this curriculum truly emancipatory and effective in changing the current scenario and combating online violence? Does this curriculum really manage to significant change in a way that impacts the collectivity, or just one or another individual will be able to ascend economically and socially different for the community? Does this curriculum empower people who are not recognized as knowledge producers and whose very humanity has been denied to justify subjugation of people in the colonial process? A process that ensured the exploitation of all the possible forms of the global south and development in the north south. In addition, can we produce a society technology creators who will behave ethically if the curriculum does not proactively combat diverse forms of discrimination? That say, I don't think I don't think it's possible for a single person or even a single stakeholder group to point out effective solutions to such a complex and profound issue. But I would like to use the space granted to me at the IGF to extend an invitation to who are here, either in person or online, especially our colleagues from the Global South. How can we articulate an emancipatory digital technology curriculum that truly combats extractors and propagate oppression? What are the needs of your country, your state, your city, and your community that should be addressed by educational policies? What are the latent concerns? How do we need to encourage different groups that excluded to become technology producers? How can we organize a way that respects multiculturalism and the diversity of region and allows for global cooperation? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the bringing the whole perspective. I mean, it was more than answering. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. It was more than going deep and explaining all the issues that are happening, and that it's not just one issue, but they are more connected. I would give now the floor to Ananda to give his opinion on this question.
Am I audible? Okay. So my point is on this point, I think she has created a lot of food of thoughts, and being a bit late on the panel is like you can opt into whatever is shared already, like, and then like the challenge is I have to bring something new. So my point would be, as we have been discussing how it has changed the landscape for the young people and teens, the one we with the changing landscape, we are now also talking about digital detox as well. Some people doesn't have access, some people has over access, like
everything,
so much of screen time, and then like the health issues is related to that, and then like the kind of social interaction that we are missing in most urban parts of the world. That is one thing, and another thing is we need to leverage these same technologies to provide same equal opportunities to the people who are in remote locations. So these are the very fundamental two things that needs to be covered and balanced, for for where we have like already access and other kind of thing. Children today are very tech savvy. I think someone told, I think Mohammed told that they can just find anything out of the smartphone that I have never been able to using a smartphone. But they will be overusing it at times, because what we do, we go to the door in our house and then we just send a text message. Can you open a door for me? We have like forgotten to knock the door or like call someone to open the door. Like these are the kind of things. If we need something, we'll just text someone in the kitchen, in the home. We'll not opt in for talking with our families. If we are in a dinner table, we'll be like looking at our smartphones. And we can like when friends meet at the restaurant for a meetup, everyone is looking at the social media. So this is the kind of essence we are losing at one point. And another part is like there are some people who needs to have access to these kind of things. So the balance would be, we need to have mechanisms, right set of, like I will share a case study for you. We were doing a youth IGF in Nepal. We had a fellowship calls for that, and I think there were 150 applications for 15 spots. And then while going through the reviewing the application, we found out that 90% of the applicants use AI to draft their applications. And the another interesting point is the 10% who didn't use the AI was not because they don't want to, because they didn't know how to use it. So sooner or later, it is not like we wouldn't be using AI or generative AI. It is that we have to use it. I do it every day, but how do we use it is very important. So we need to find out the ways. We need to teach, like someone was talking about integrating it into the school syllabus. Yeah, exactly. We need to integrate how do we people use digital technologies along with the emerging technologies so that they are aware. And also we need to teach them, we need to know, or we need to have, I think there are not much researches done, what is the optimal time that they will be hanging up with their gadgets. Because we do it starting from a day to night. If you tell my kind of routine, wake up in the morning, get in my desk and start using laptop, and then I think it's till midnight of the day. That's my almost routine. But we need to have enough research in place so that we know what is the balance in between having social interactions, or having time in real nature, and then having using those technologies to kind of foster our work, or uh, someone was asking a question how these things can be done in rural context. Maybe we can use these technologies to empower education and everything in rural context, but at the first we need to know the nuances, that how do we do it. Otherwise we'll be just throwing a technology to people, will start using it. We can see, I don't know how popular is TikTok in other countries. In Nepal, people started making money out of TikTok, and then people started throwing their clothes out, because that gave them money. They thought that is the good way of making money. People were topless, and then uh, and they found out in a while that getting a nipple will block their account. They started just blocking their nipples and getting topless in the TikTok live, because they thought this is the legitimate way to make money. So throwing out technology without education will be kind of like massacre. But we need to have technology in place. We need to provide access to them. Along with them, empowerment is very important. We need to know what are the right set of skills they need to know before using that technology. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anandan, for pointing out several issues here, especially the one for too much consumption and using of the internet, and where we have still places where they cannot have the basic access and needs to access to the internet. I will give the floor before to Dennis, and then come back to Ethan.
Some online participation, so I would like to mention before speaking. We have here a friend from Africa saying that we need to consider the UNESCO AI guidelines on ethical use of AI as a possible answer, which is pretty interesting. I was having a dialogue here on the online chat saying that in some countries we don't have regulations and we don't have basic informations on how to consider the use of AI and how to monitor, to supervise it. So, and a discussion here that our online friends have been talking about is that ethical use of AI is a major point to consider in education implementation, but how we supervise it, and it is a challenge to comply with the principles of the safety on internet. So it is also a discussion I want to bring because our friends here are telling us it's important, and we have some questions I would like to address. A friend from Bangladesh, woman IGF, Charmin, has asked how can remote work opportunities be made accessible in underserved regions? And there is another question, but I will talk about this one. It is indeed a challenge. It is important to discuss about it. We do have some places across Latin America and Caribbean which don't have proper internet access. So we have some projects, some community networks that take internet to these places, and they also work with empowering communities to teach them how to use internet and all the internet network, and it's really interesting. But that show us that we don't only need to talk about this very futuristic thing, which is using AI and technology in schools, but we also need to talk about the implementation of internet in some places and how we empower these people to proper use internet and telephones and mobile apps and all this stuff, because this is a discussion, and it's very beautiful to say that we are implementing technology in our schools. In Brazil, we have some places in some regions, the schools of future, they are so called like that, because they implement programming classes as part of the education, and this is impactful. But we also have this discussion on how we implement the education on the very basic aspect of using internet. We also need to talk about the literacy of internet, of using internet. So I wanted to talk about it and say that I heard some very important things about this topic in Youth Like IGF this year. We had a session on indigenous people where a community of an organization called KIST talked with us, saying that when it comes to internet education, we need to provide language accessible internet education. So it's our very futuristic to include a language accessible internet education. So when it comes to technology, we have to provide language accessible education. So these people that come from different backgrounds, regions, and communities can also develop their technologies and create data and create information in internet. So I will stop what I'm talking now, and I will just mention some questions that we have here on the chat so that other speakers can address answers if they want. We have this other question here. How can we ensure ethical use of AI and data in both education and workforce management? Also from Bangladesh Women IGF. And we have some comments here. Another question from Gregory Duke is, I've heard that regulations could affect innovation negatively, and I like this new revolution. What should be considerations from youth leaders in policy input? And Sasha is asking, as youths, how do you envision AI to be used in assessments in education? That's it. A lot of questions, a lot of discussions. Now you guys get there.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Enis. I will give the floor first to the question that I asked, and maybe we will open later the floor to other questions from the participants on site and, of course, online.
Hey, okay. Let me take this off. So, first of all, before I start the pitch, I want you to keep in mind that AI is here, not for us to rely on, but for AI should be assisting us to maximize its effectiveness on the human society. So, here's the thing: when we rely on AI, it leads to a lot of misbehaviors, and therefore it will have negative effects. So, for example, my own experience. So last year I had an exam about coding, and then it's a JavaScript system, and what my friend did is he opened another website and he used the AI to generate a whole code that works. And we submitted it, but he failed. I passed because his his AI generated code it's in Python method, but not JavaScript. So he failed the exam. And by this, we could tell that when we rely on AI, it will have negative effect. He did not process it in his brain. So what we need to use, like what we need to do for AI, or not do for AI, I should say, what we need to use AI for is we need to use the information provided by AI and we process it and we do a summary of the information that it provides. And so I think for me, I would like to be educated with the education strategy that I would want so that I can adapt to these kind of technologies is that some kind of project-based works. Because so for example, we're doing a group project, right? And the teachers shall allow us to use AI beside of banning us from using AI. And by this, I mean that the teacher should guide us how to use AI correctly, and so we can know that that's how we use AI. That's how we actually how to process AI's information, but not only relying it to generate information and we use it, because by that we cannot improve. That then we will stop here. The improvement of the whole society will stop here if we rely on AI. So that's a kind of educational strategy. So to enhance the use of AI. And yeah, that's kind of the educational strategies that I can give it. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you, Ethan. I mean, it's a good point of view how we use AI, and it was for what, not just to relay, I mean, on the AI, to use for to approach our maximum or to, I don't know, establish, yeah, maximum potential or to help to things that we spend time much more on something else. I would now go to the two questions that Denise mentioned from the online, and after that open the floor on on-site if there are some questions so we can proceed. The question that was asked online, and Denise tried to answer some of them, were how can remote work opportunities be made accessible in under-reserved regions? And then the second one was, how can we ensure ethical use of AI and data in both education and workplace management? The second one, or the second was, how can we ensure ethical use of AI and data in both education and workforce management? I mean, we mentioned something. I saw Ananda that he catch the mic.
Yeah,
Feel
it is
free.
about rural context, so I think I can talk about it. So the first starts with the access, of course, because without access we cannot talk about anything else. So there will be, how do we, if she's known to community networks or not, they are the last mile networks where community manages their own network, and there are a lot of funding opportunities available for doing community networks. That is the one how we can, and there are universal service funds that are available to take the access into the underserved regions. That would be a start. And then having only access to internet is not not enough. Like Dennis mentioned, I was about to mention that as well. So if you take an example of Nepal, only 75% of the people are literate, like, and if people doesn't have enough literacy to access the content, uh, there might be a barrier by language. In Nepal itself there are more than 120 languages spoken. So uh, having access to meaningful content would be more challenging. After we bring the access to the internet, having access to meaningful access is equally challenging and equally important. That's why TikTok 5, you don't need to have much knowledge. You just need to either record yourself in your language, and you post it, and people don't need to do anything. Just swipe up, you get the knowledge, or like you get the content you want. And that is how TikTok got viral in Nepal. So those kind of platforms might be sometimes very essential to maintain the access to meaningful content, but we need to know, have the right balance, what contents are shared on those platforms. Another thing I think somebody asked in the question as well what is the right balance of over regulation and under or what are the things that we can have ethical AI. So it is there might be three instances. One might be legislation, policy, or code of conduct. Among these three, I think code of conduct is very important because we know the digital world is just as mirror of our real world that we are living in. Umut mentioned in somewhere some days back, we have biases in society, and data are made by the society, and those biased data lead to the biased decision by the AI system, which is obvious. And similar on the how do we use technology, we have kind of like non-ethical code of conducts that we do, misconducts that we do in the society, and same thing we reflect that in the digital world. So we need to have like good code of conduct so that we use those things decently. And the thin line between decency and indecency varies from place to place, so it is very contextual and it is very local, but we need to identify what is decent and what is indecent. So these are like very basic fundamental things. Of course, we need to have legislations, we need to have policies that promote these technologies, that provides access to the people where there are these are not under served, because there is no profit in the rural context, but it is not always about profits. There are ways to do it. Many agencies are doing it. Community networks are the very good examples which have been thriving in Africa and other regions. I think we can discuss about it whole day, but I'll end it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially for the pointing out for the use and how we can of these technologies. I would give now floor to Umut because he can also relate to these questions.
Is the how we can ensure the ethical use of AI in educational workforce. Well, my answer to that is actually it could be quite obvious. It's actually remote to it's actually to try to get those involved all the stakeholders that actually part of the education system. And that implies to include even students as part of the enforce or making the rules, the rules to use these kind of tools in education. In education, the clear as possible. But those rules, let's say in that way, it can be not only as a recommendation or suppose or kind of best practices or something like that. We need also that the government start to regulate this the use of this kind of technologies inside of the educational systems, because the educational system or institutions, because there is a way somehow that they can be complemented, and actually can we somehow enforce or make accountable these ethical guidelines that we are putting into place in the different discussion or consensus that we get as a different stakeholders. In this case, I including the stakeholder from the students, even that means even include teens, children, or everything, on everyone that is part of the educational process. The other question is about innovation, and my answer to that is that regulation, it doesn't actually it also actually got innovation. It's actually if you do a good regulation based on human rights, the innovation that you make and respect those laws that are based on human rights are going to last longer if you actually respect the human rights and respect the law. So innovation make it into a framework, and make it into a framework that respect human rights and the characteristics or the context of where those laws came from, actually made those innovation that lasting in time, because it actually is responding to what the people needs, and actually is respecting what the people needs and what the people want from the society. So yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Umut. I would ask now the audience if they have some questions here. I know that online there is a lot of questions, but let's first see if there is. We have one question. I will try to use this mic.
I'm a participant of Youth Program Brazil. I work as a facilitator and I'm here with the delegation. So first, I would like to thank you for your panel. Congratulations for all of you. I live in an indigenous territory in Brazil, composed for 29 towns. It's in Ceará state. One of these towns is called Brejo Santo, and that is cited in Brejo Santo, the third official indigenous school of Brazil. They have a curriculum based on their ancestral traditions, philosophies, and culture. And until now, they don't have access to the internet. I would like to ask you about the positive and negative aspects that they can face when they are connected to the internet in a very near future. Thank you.
I would ask any of the participants if they can just want to answer this question also online. Or to take the second one? Okay, you can. Just turn. Umut, just to take the second one, and we're gonna go to both.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Mariana. I'm from Youth Brazil also. Thank you for the panel. I think all all you said is really important. But my question goes a lot with the curriculum that was said and some things about the AI. I think we need to think, I'm going to be direct to my question. Given to the challenges faced by the Global South, such as digital exclusion of many young people due to unequal access to internet and technology, as well the biases built in technology systems, what public policies do you think can be implemented to ensure both technology inclusion of these young people also has high quality technology education, while ethically protecting these young people, individuals in labor market that are increasingly driven by technology skills in their CVs, like entering the market and entering all these things. And we understand that like English right now is something that you have to understand to insert yourself in the market. So technology skills also. So how do you guys think we can build these public policies for the future? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would give you now the floor to Umut because he wanted to answer the first question.
Population, when they want to have access to technology, one of the things that I learned in the recent years is they have to decide what actually want to access on the internet and how they want to access on the internet. They're going to face a lot of challenges as far as I see until now. Is that probably one of the main challenges is the language barrier. Dennis already mentioned that before in his speech, that the language barrier is one of the main things that they're going to face. And then there is a couple of words in our region in Latin America where indigenous people are actually using the internet to actually protect their languages. So, for example, in Colombia, we have in the north part of Colombia, we have indigenous people that is called the Wayu. They actually trying to protect their language, creating a Wikipedia in their language. And they try now in the second stage, not only having a Wikipedia on their language, but also creating some specific capacity building on cybersecurity and another things in the language. also. So that's probably the next stage, not only identifying that they're going to face the same problem as everyone else in the internet, but trying to make it in their own language and respecting the way they want to be involved in the internet, because that's the other aspect that it comes here. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Umut, for the question, answering the question. The speakers who would like to take the second question, or maybe also add something on the first one.
Okay, so hi. I think the second question is she asked that how can we regulate the useful, no, the positive use of AI and all of such things. I think I will go with what Anand here said, that it should be from the government, from the parliament, and I would like to add to it, and that is that it shouldn't be a taboo anymore. That let's not let's talk openly about what is right and what is wrong. Our parents, like, they tell us that this is right and this is wrong, but we do not tell the youth that new, like, you shouldn't go for the, I do not know, but something is in our head that don't talk about these things. We do not tell our youth people, like our youth, that don't go for nudity, as he has mentioned that. And on a lot of social medias, so the youth is going towards that way in order to make more money. I don't know, because like they get more views for that and they get a lot of money for that, so they are going that way. It's just a small example. Hacking, for example, is nowadays so into us, like sorry for moving from, like, fleeing from the topic, but these are the problems that we are facing. So let's not give a deaf ear to this thing. Let's discuss it. But before that, it should be from the government. In Pakistan, for example, there we have a PICA Act, the Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act 2016. It was promulgated in 2016, but these are only for the prevention of electronic crimes, like cyber crimes. We should have such acts, such regulations by the parliament, which would enclose like the hacking, sorry, not hacking, but the nudity, like very specifically. I'm again saying nudity is just a small example of the problems that we are facing on the social media. There are a lot more than that. So all of them should be pointed out and should be promulgated by the government, from the government, for the public, and they should regulate the acts. Only then I think we would move to the positive use of AI with 100%, like the positive, like we will have the positive impact of all the AI and all the stuff. So yeah, that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone? Oh, yeah, we have.
I think the first step to understand the needs or what we need to combat, I think we need to create and research the needs of locations, states, and even countries in a way that we know what we are facing, you know? To do the research, ask to local communities, to people, and in a way there is a interaction between government, private sector, and so civil society. So I think it's the first step. And then after that, we need to face these questions. I don't think only education, but education is a really important step to, we need to address like gender issues, race issues, class issues, and any other type of violence should be talked about in curriculum of digital education. So I don't think it's the only way, but I think it's really important. So thank you.
Thank you. I will go now online to Denise to see if there is online some questions and to raise some comments.
Here on the chat. Uh, there is also a participant that wants to speak, but I will before talk about an important topic that we've been talking here. Well, they've asked us about regulations and innovation and what should be our considerations in policy input. And we've started a discussion on regulations and how it's important that we get our regulations improved, because we have these very old innovation policies, and also the intellectual property laws, they are not really adapted to the digital era reality. So we have to improve our regulations, and we also need, and it's also another comment I made here and also that I've been making in other spaces, we need the United Nations spaces to connect with each other. You see, we have these the spaces from the intellectual property, and we have the spaces from biodiversity and climate change, and they are all creating treaties and impacting regulations, and they are all having discussions on AI, internet, and other spaces that encompasses the digital era and digitalization. But why don't we have these people and these United Nations spaces also here in IGF or in the United Nations Data Forum, for example? Because the thematics, they are related. So there is a mechanism a mechanism being developed to regulate the DSIs, the digital sequence information, but it's being developed in the UN Biodiversity Forum, and it's not related to other spaces. But how is it? Because it will impact internet and other things, and data specifically. So for me, the aspect is we need regulations to improve, to guarantee the safe use of internet and innovations that are inclusive, and we need them to connect these internet regulations and the other regulations. They need to be connected. They need to talk. These spaces need to have conversation. And a very important aspect of it is we cannot create a regulation about internet and technology without hearing the technical community, because we are going to create a law that doesn't have an effective impact. Because we will say you have to supervise it, but if we don't say how and why, without hearing the technical community, it will probably not be a good regulation with effective results. But I see some comments here, and I would ask our IGF person here in the chat if we can open Sasha's mic so she can speak. She wants to make a comment. May I unmute her?
Do you see now? Hmm? 15 minutes.
No?
I would check now, but I think let me.
Okay. So,
Now should be able. She
okay.
need to unmute
Sasha?
herself.
Yes. Thank you. We can see you and hear you.
So if you could hear the sunshine in my voice, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, and it was such a riveting conversation. I had just one or two comments there based on the conversation. When we consider inclusive education, when we consider inclusive design, we also considered within the education spectrum, how do we design technology to fit the user? And so the user, the students, are at the center of the process. And it hasn't always been that way, but it is definitely the direction in which we hope that we'll take adaptive technologies and inclusive technologies and designed for the persons in mind. Just like the chairs that you sit on when you think about human-centered design, it's really the direction in which education and educators hope to take technology and AI. And that's the problem within itself, is that you have to be able to define the limitations of AI technology. And it's such a fast moving field that it's difficult to pinpoint. And so it's also important to consider, okay, before we even put that into the curriculum to teach students, how do we regulate it? How do we guide that practice and move from governing policies to practices to curriculum to the school content and then to the classroom environment and the way in which we implement it when it comes to project or problem-based learning. So it's a very complicated issue that we're having right now. And that's within my field of study here at the University of Prince Edward Island. And so it's very, very complicated to really begin that process. And I would love to get a little more, idea of your perspectives when it comes to that particular space and what you have been experiencing. From the point of the indigenous culture as well, when you look at that transfer from physical space to digital space, what's been lost in that process? And so many parts of their culture as well would be lost within the process of that change of physical identity to digital identity. And you lose yourself in that process of digital exchange. So definitely, please, if you could give me some more of your perspectives within your education of how you see AI being used in the most proficient way when we can't really define its parameters at this time. It's such a fast changing space. Thank you.
Sasha, I would give who wants to answer this question, but I would try to make to 1 minute maximum because we are close to the end of our session. So, okay.
Hello. Yeah. So I think the last point I would just add to the last point that how we see the use of AI when it's like no regulations, we don't have anything on the floor, and yet we are using AI. So I think, as I've mentioned very in the start of the session, that all of us are confused. The teachers, the parents, the students, we are all confused how to make use of it. Some are saying that, okay, use it like the teachers, for example. I'm giving example of teachers again and again because we are here for to talk about the youth, right? But it is not specifically to the teachers. All of us, like some some say that it's good to use, others are here only to only to stop us from using it. So I think everyone is confused right here, and I myself I'm unable to answer to the question that how are we how we are doing with this stuff, because we have nothing on the floor yet. 100% regulations, like we have the traffic rules, we have other rules, but we have generally the cybercrime rules and the regulations like that, but not very specifically to pinpoint this very issue. We have nothing on the floor. So I think we are confused that, but using our humanity, using our limits of humanity, we should, I think, only use it for the positive ways. We should go for the positive ways, and we should teach our children, we should teach our youngsters the positivity in everything, that the way we use positivity in our lives, we should do the same way in this issue as well. So thank you, that's all from my side.
Thank you. Because we are closing to our time, I will give to every speaker just maximum 1 minute to wrap up and what is from this, I don't know, takeover or action points that everybody should take and in consideration, or maybe as actionable stuff that we should do it maybe to the next IGF or maybe even closer. So yeah. Who would like maximum 1 point, just 1 minute, sorry.
The measure would be, it is a like common one, but it is a collaborative action. It is not a part of like one stakeholder can do it. There is a role to play by every stakeholder. So, but navigating the landscape it might be complex for people. So we need to make it easy. Like people don't know how to take internet underserved places. So we need to make a loud about community networks, how they can be deployed, opportunities to do that. And I think we need a kind of transparency in terms of information available out how to do the things. I'll stop here for the sake of time. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
I think you should maybe turn on.
I think in the next IGF, we should have more debates about education and more debates calling teachers and educators, specifically that ones who are from the technical committee, and try to analyze more the public policies of each country, each uh, continent, and have more of that debates, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
All right. So it's so for the next IGF, first of all, I think I won't be here due to some because I gotta go for an exam, and so I won't be here. But I'll try my best to contribute. And I think for next IGF, we are all together here from different nations, different race, and to actually create a standard for people to know what we are doing, and we wanted people to follow the standard so that they know, oh, what's not suitable, what's suitable. And I think that's why what IGF is doing now and what is made for. Yes.
So, being the last speaker online, sorry, on site.
On-site.
Yeah, sorry. We're just confused online and on site. Oh, sorry. So, being the last speaker on site, I think it's a responsibility for me. I don't think if I'll be able to wrap up as it deserves to be, but I think sticking to the topic, education should be more experience based. Like, for example, if we are going to go for something, we should, once again, I'll go to this school or college, like the teachers should uh, test the students on their experience. Like, if they give them an assignment to write an essay on, let's say, the Riyadh, they're going to, of course, they're going to use the AI for that, all right? So, or the internet. So I think the assignment should be more like an experience based. How was your experience in Riyadh? Of course, the AI doesn't know about that. Also, about the meaning of something to them. Let's say what internet means to them. So that would be another way that they are going to contribute on their own to it. Apart from that, like they can ask them about the application of something, that if we have this mic, what is your application? Like, what do you think we can have, we can use this for? So they're going to put a lot of efforts from themselves, from their own mind and in their own heart. And apart from that, being humans, I think being human, I think that we should ask them about their feelings about something. That, okay, what do you feel about Saudi Arabia? What do you feel about the IGF 2024 that has happened in Riyadh? So I am sure each one of us are going to write, I think, maybe 500 pages essay on this. And so yeah, I think our education should more focus on ourselves, apart instead of like going for just a stereotypical kind of style. So thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Marco. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just give a brief 1 minute to Umut. Dennis, maybe shorter.
Going to be false is include educators and students from all the stages of designing, implementing, and developing the technologies that actually are affecting the daily lives. Very much
Thank
that.
you, Dennis.
Thanks everyone for being here. It was very interesting. I wanted just to thanks everyone, and especially I wanted to say that I really enjoyed hearing people from Caribbean region. I am glad for it because usually we from Latin America lack this contact, so it's important for us to hear from you from Caribbean. And also I wanted to point that this was a session that was thought and created with DTC, Dynamic Team Coalition. Unfortunately, they are not here. They need to receive more support next years to be in IGF. But I wanted to thank Ethan for being here, representing the teams, because he is a team with us, a very brilliant and intelligent one. So you don't even notice he's so young. And I really appreciate our debate. Thanks for everyone that joined, our speakers, not only from the Youth Coalition, but also from Pakistan and the projects there, and also from the Brazilian Youth Program and other programs here. Thanks everyone for you join us, and we count on you. On our next activities, we wanted to remember that we are on our election registration time from Youth Coalition. So if you are part of our mailing list, please register yourself. That's it.
Thank you, Dennis, and I want to thank you everybody to the online. Thank you for coming here and enjoying in this discussion. And before we wrap up, I would say maybe make a group picture while you are still on screen. So yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah. Let's just make in the middle. Yeah, come here. I think. Yes. But they will not be or wait, come here, so they can also be seen on the. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
No, you will hear. Where is that?
I need to wear another thing, or that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Test, test, test.
Oh, you will have a mic there, sir. There will be a mic there. All right. You're good to go, sir.
Thank you, sir.
If you wanna, you should take one of these.
It's to hear something, yeah.
Yeah, on channel 3. It won't switch on until you plug in. So let's do
Okay.
this.
There is online people, yes. They are going to join.
You can switch on.
Ah,
It's one mic.
okay. Okay, online. The names of the online people he need to know.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I like to be on the sides because I want to stand up.
Yes, I like to stand up too.
Yeah.
May I give you this mic?
Sure.
Take this one. Unfortunately, this Sharon is carrying. May I ask you guys to share these two mics? Because this one will be questions and answers for you to interact.
Are they there? They're the Venerate, yeah?
I don't know. There will be two mics and then the moderator will have a
Header?
You're first. You're before me, then I'm second.
And
Hello.
yes, Riyad William.
You can hear me?
If we have a question, we'll turn it up. Yeah.
معكم.
Channel 3, otherwise you won't hear people online. Can
He-
I have a microphone?
Gerard in Zoom now.
Perfect. We are starting with. So you would do an
I will.
introduction.
Yes.
Then we go to header.
Heather.
Yes, online.
Okay.
Then we come back here. We go with Malak.
Mhm.
Then Priya.
Mhm.
And then Adele. And then May.
Okay.
Okay. Can we start? 1 minute.
Can we, Malak? Do we stand when we talk or just sit?
As you wish.
Because we can't see the presentation.
Yeah. I will stand.
No?
timer for each one? Do I have a timer for each one? 10 minutes each?
10 minutes. No more. They're trying to put the transcript.
Okay.
Before you start, I would like to ask each one of you in online just to present your name in a very brief introduction. If you want to do that.
I prefer each with each presentation.
Okay, so we sit down.
Yeah.
No, it will take away from our 10 minutes.
At the beginning?
Should we do at the beginning?
As you wish.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll do that.
Okay. Okay.
I'm a negotiator.
No, it's okay. It's just the way because we need people to engage, you know. Yeah, I'm on. I'm on. You can hear me, right?
Okay, so good afternoon to the audience here in Riyadh. Good morning and good evening for those who are connecting remotely and online. Welcome to the session of the Dynamic Coalition on Blockchain Assurance and Standardization. My name is Dino Dell'Accio. I'm the Chief Information Officer of the United Nations Pension Fund. And here within the IGF, I'm co-leading with Gerard Daché, the President of the Government Blockchain Association, this Dynamic Coalition. So today, I have the privilege to be joined by distinguished subject matter expert that will be presenting real case and real expertise on specific use cases of blockchain. You will hear about blockchain and quantum, blockchain artificial intelligence, blockchain and digital health, blockchain in digital identity. I have an on-site moderator as well as an online moderator. We have 3 speakers on-site and 2 speakers online. And I'm now going to pass the floor to them to make a brief introduction about who they are and about who they represent and which field are they working on. We will start with Malak Trabelsi.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Malak Trabelsi. I'm the CEO of Trabelsi Legal Consultants and the founder of a group of companies, Vernwell. And my practice when it comes to law, it's related to international business law, space, tech, and national security law. So when we talk about being here and what I'm presenting, it's related to the blockchain and quantum computing and a governance model which we are proud to present for the first time ever. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Adel El-Misiri. I have a PhD in Machine Learning, Artificial Intelligence, and Trust Networks, which is blockchain. So my focal point is the use of blockchain and AI, especially in healthcare. I supervise students at the American University in Cairo, as well as I have a bunch of companies, most notably is AlphaFin with Tim Draper, and AIVP, which is the AI Value Protocol, and Health Reasoning, which uses AI in healthcare sector. I'm more than happy to be here with you. I'm also a member in the GBE and in the coalition. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm CEO of Innovation Network Canada. I have also worked before as CTO at Deep Tech Canada and led business development at the Quantum Algorithm Institute. I've also founded Sapius, which provides personalized health information system that are sustainable and responsible. And I'm very happy to be here and with you to talk about healthcare.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. So thank you, Dinos. Thank you so much for this introduction. My name is Sari Qasim, and I am from the Government Blockchain Association. I lead the Middle East region, and I am also the Chief Strategy Officer of iBlockchain in Bahrain. As Mr. Dino alluded about blockchain assurance and standardization, dynamic collision, this is quite a very important subject that we make this dynamic collision to make sure that any blockchain projects come on the ground will be trusted by the government and will be a project that people can trust as well. Before I go back to Heather and the online, I would like to add one more point about blockchain assurance. Ladies and gentlemen, blockchain is not crypto. This is one point to be cleared for everyone. We are here to talk about blockchain real use cases in a subject to help the people of Earth. And crypto is something different. It's just a use case. Some of it is good, some of it, but this is just to clear the umbrella that we are working as a dynamic coalition here with the United Nations. With that, I go to Heather Flannery. If you would like to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Heather Lee Flannery. I am the co-founder and chief executive officer at AI Mind Systems Foundation, where we are focused on the convergence of blockchain and Web3, decentralized AI, and privacy-enhancing technologies in order to radically empower individuals to participate equitably in a massively AI-driven and digital environment. Our very specific focus is on enabling systems of governance and collaboration that can prioritize underserved and vulnerable populations first and create alternative capital structures and resource distribution models that can address unintended consequences of previous generations of exponential technology. It's an honor to be here, and it's also an honor to serve as the chair for the Healthcare and Life Sciences Working Group at the Government Blockchain Association, and to be a member of the IGF Dynamic Coalition for Blockchain Assurance and Standardization. Looking forward to this event, and thank you very much for including me.
Our honor, Heather. With that, would like to introduce yourself. Priya, you are in mute. Here you go.
Decentralized identity platform. At EarthID, we specialize in cutting-edge identity wallets and privacy-preserving verifications. I truly believe in the transformative potential of digital identity, and I'm a really passionate advocate for it. I'm going to be talking more about identity today. I am also the Regional Director of Government Blockchain Association for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Absolutely honored and delighted to be here and looking forward to contributing to this conversation today. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we will share the presentation. Enrich us.
Hello, good afternoon again. And I would like to have the slides shared, please. So today we're gonna you're gonna dive with me in, briefly into quantum impact, securing blockchain trust in the quantum era. And I have one question for you. Next slide, please. The question is, what makes you trust? What makes you trust? Trust systems, people, or technology? And this is a question for the audience.
Expert opinion.
Good one. Should we say it is consistency or reliability or transparency? Maybe all of them. That's what is blockchain about. So if we move to the next slide, we're going to see an eye-opener. What happens when trust faces its greatest challenge? And this challenge, you could see it if you surf on the internet, what quantum computing poses as threat to our blockchain systems. Are you familiar about quantum computing? Yes? Anyone is a physicist here? Anyone is a computer scientist here? Computer scientist. Can you tell us what you know about quantum computing and what threat it can pose to blockchain systems or to cryptography? As we see here, different news papers, clips, and other saying, for example, crypto apocalypse soon. Is it soon?
Not really, but you asked about what's quantum computing, and quickly in a nutshell, basically, traditional computing depends on 0 and 1. So it's a binary state. So in any problem that you need to work with, however, in real life, problems have a vast majority between 0 and 1, like infinite number of different states it can be in. That's what quantum computing is all about. Quantum computing, the state could be in any of those there, and it uses something called qubits. So to bring it all home, when you are trying to solve a problem with traditional computing, you have to go through billions of operations to find the right solution sequentially. However, in quantum computing, you solve the billion computes at the same time, hence the power.
Thank you so much for this. So we're talking about qubits with quantum computing. We're talking about different possibilities at the same time, which is different than the computational power that we have today. And the state of quantum computing today is not that what we are waiting for to have a very cryptographically relevant quantum computing that will break the cryptography that we have today. So we see so many misinformation, disinformation going on. Is like saying that Willow, Google's quantum computing chips put Bitcoin at risk, and other they say there is a possibility of or Chinese scientists, they broke military grade cryptography, and it took the internet by storm. But actually what is true, they did only 2 bits, and this with D-Wave computing for now, and this is a great alarm to say that quantum computing is coming and we need to be ready for. So what is the purpose here? I'm not here to speak about the technology behind quantum computing because it's not my field. I have experts that are doing that in Vernwall, and we are working on different activities related to that, and even with the cryptography, and we are researching on the different possibilities on the transition for cryptography that it is resilient against the risk of quantum computing, which will happen in the future. But what is important today, how to be ready, and the governance. Actually, when we talk about governance, and I will take you a little bit back to my expertise, which is related to space law, and my thesis was about the problem problems is related to international law gaps pertaining space or new space activities. And the problem in that, we find out that the current legal systems or the current international law is not appropriately prepared for new space activities and the entrance of commercial space actors into that. And we have big problems with sustainability, we have big problems with environmental issues, and my drive with how can we find a legal system or actually a governance format or system that can regroup all this in one single way or model that can govern disruptions and can govern disruptive technologies. So if we go to the next slide, please. So the thing is, like, the foundations that we have today, the foundation of our cryptographic systems of internet, the internet of trust that we want to have, and the risk that is going to be coming into the future. So we find that the cryptography, with the blockchain, is based on SHA-256 and for mining, and that is posed to have a risk with cryptographically relevant quantum computing, which is in the future to be with a timeline of, we say, 2030, 2035. But that it is disrupted, will be disrupted by quantum computing, and the impact will be huge. Can you imagine that they say it will be, or they predicted it will be around 1 trillion of losses yearly because of probably financial institutions, they will not be ready for these kind of this disruption that it is in the future. So how can we do this? We're not going to sit down and say, well, it's not going to come soon, because actually the migration and working into migrating cryptography and it's not. It will not be done overnight. It will need time to do that. And actually, we have the timelines, and we need to follow what's happening and what experts are saying in terms of the migration and all the stock intake of what is in our system in terms of cryptography. So if we go to the next step, please. So actually, what is the main point here? We try, or we want, not try, because we will do it. And this is resting on all of us. We will build an internet of trust based on safeguard, protect blockchain with quantum resilient systems. And the second one is how we can do it, because it needs collaboration. And the collaboration will be fostering global partnerships for shared innovation. Then how can we adapt? So we need to evolve governance framework for emergent challenges. And this needs education, because it's one of the layering basis in all what we are doing is education. And education, it's involved formal and informal education, awareness to the public, and also formal education and training to this experts who are into different or coming from different backgrounds. So next one, please. So the quantum governance model, and this is like I said, based on my thesis, it was social legal analysis of the existing way how we govern space activities, then being involved in different policy making with governments and other strategy with different other governments. And this, I seen that we have our way of making our governance, it's always static. And it's reactive. It's not going and taken further in order to make a model which is proactive, and it's making a preparation for the disruption that is happening. So we have different policymakers, and they are working on AI. We have different policymakers. They are trying to work on quantum, because it's a new field. Relatively, we have others. They are working on blockchain systems and so forth. And the idea is, how can we have a governance model that it is applicable on all this, and use disruptions, because we call these disruptive technologies, to use these disruptions to disrupt. How can we do that? And because actually it's not easy also to come and say, well, we have a different governance model that it is relying upon technology itself. So the quantum governance model, it's feasible and actionable framework. It is resting on adaptability. So we adapt and we don't react. And we saw that based on the way how COVID-19 was happening. And we were on a shock mode, and we did not know how to utilize the resources that we have very fast in order to be prepared. And the preparation, we saw it. It was relatively good in certain countries, in others they're not. So the other point is scalability. So it needs to be scalable, and we need to add different solution based on different technologies. And we will speak about the technologies in a minute. So also it is based on ethics at scale. Now we put the ethics at the end. We work on the technology, then the ethic comes later, and ethicists, they come to say that there is red lines and things like that. So this one is ethics is at scale, and I will tell you how. And what is very, very important is what are the technologies, and this model will be done. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So the using disruption to govern disruption, it's that way, and that's why I told Sari yesterday, I love disruption because actually I find a way in it. So turning disruption into opportunity, and this is how we use disruptive technologies in order to find a solution. So I found that AI can be used for foresight, and it is done, but it's in silo. Always it's done in different mode. So predict risks and evaluate governance outcome. And quantum simulations is used to test policies under complex scenario. The other one is blockchain transparency to ensure accountability and collaborative governance. The other one is safe quantum solutions. Of course, it's like moving into secure systems against quantum threats. And global collaboration platforms. Unite stakeholders for proactive solutions. And we talk about hello. Yes, and we talk about coalitions. So this is what it is done for. So next slide, please. And the framework in action, how can we do it? Actually, she's crazy, probably. She's coming with something. Always I come with something new and crazy. I've been driving with my entities the quantum revolution in the region since 2020. And when I brought quantum into the region, they say, she's crazy. This will never work. There's no quantum computing relevant. Today, we see nations, how they are moving very, very fast in order who has the supremacy to harness the quantum technologies for their nations, because it became a national security prerogative. So how to make this governance model operational? It's using governance sandbox, dynamic regulations frameworks based on what I was presenting earlier, collaborative decision-making platforms, an ethical oversight system, and this one is using AI. And I spoke with Dr. Adel earlier, and he told me actually they work on something like that. So actually, when we look at different entities, they have these in silos, and the point is how to bring these together in one platform. And the other one is empowering stakeholders to lead the future, because empowerment is education. It's also preparing the future generation, and digital twin models.
Yep.
So I think I finished. So to finish this one, okay. Just to present what we are doing, like I said, been driving the quantum revolution in the area. So from making or creating different opportunities and having the first quantum lab for education in the region, which was at Abu Dhabi University, and we opened that quantum lab. The other one is working on a consortium which is bringing the main companies worldwide to work on the quantum adoption program, our initiative, and this one we launched challenges in order to create different solution to problems that we have worldwide, not only in the region. And we have also launched the Quantum Innovation Summit, which is not an event, it is a platform that creates partnerships and brought the different stakeholders worldwide. And the next one will be working on policy making also, or proposing policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Heather. Thank you for this really opening eye presentation. I wish your framework governance is going to see the light in a higher missing. And for the audience, if you have any questions, it will be at the end of the session. The mic now, if you would like, yeah, share the presentation with us for Priya. Thank you. Okay, so Priya, you have the slides for. Okay. Heather, you would like also to introduce like 2 minutes of yeah, the presentation, but Priya had the presentation. Okay, you can go ahead. Heather will go first. Okay.
I am so honored to speak with you today about the subject of healthcare and life sciences and the implications of blockchain and decentralized AI in this field. What I would like to ask you to do, or challenge you to do first, is to question your predefined notions of the art of the possible. Imagine a world where every individual person on Earth was able to engage in an active and dynamic precision health, digital first healthcare and life sciences infrastructure. Imagine if that capability were able to be brought equitably to all people in the world, and to be able to be sustainably financed and to operate in an environmentally sustainable manner with transparency, accountability, fairness, safety, and privacy preservation as key principles for those capabilities for all people in the world. That is the reality that is now no longer science fiction, but available to us as humanity if we are able to coordinate our actions effectively. The Sustainable Development Goals 17, dealing with partnerships for the achievement of all of the other goals, is the heart of what we can accomplish together by organizing and delivering assurance and trust to incorporate blockchain infrastructures, blockchain applications, and the principles of what is referred to as Web3 that empower the sovereignty, agency, dignity, and privacy of all people. The ability to organize public-private partnerships, which are the heart of SDG 17, is the single largest breakthrough that could have an exponential force multiplying effect across all global efforts for SDGs 1 through 16. There have been significant pieces of progress on SDG 17. We have seen improved allocation of capital into emerging economies. We have seen advancements in private sector participation, including in global health scenarios. But we have had major blockers to the actual affecting of operational public-private partnerships. What we have managed to do so far is to improve the execution and build capacity for individual siloed attempts, each with their own capital flows, their own allocation of resources. We have the opportunity to move those individual siloed activities occurring in jurisdictions all around the world and introduce of timelines while improving data integrity and scientific integrity through the incorporation of blockchain and Web3 technologies and the exponential technologies with which it is converging, including ethical and responsible decentralized AI and the use of extensive and advanced privacy-enhancing technologies to protect the agency and dignity of all people. We believe, and I believe in my work, that blockchain technologies must be the foundation of the envisioned public-private partnerships to move those to collective action that can span multiple jurisdictions with jurisdiction-specific compliance and cultural sensitivity. We have major opportunities that are enabled by blockchain, such as the advancement of precision health, including precision population health, using digital twins, the combination of personal AI agents that can be trustworthy and incorporate proof of humanity, all the way to the ability to identify, verify, and authenticate every single data-driven transaction that happens in a massively n-dimensional, multifactorial, multi-party computing environment. Until we are able to collaboratively compute across the many sectors and stakeholders involved in fulfilling public-private partnerships for global health and social services and health equity aims, we will not be able to have capital efficient, transparent, and globally scalable outcomes. We have the radical potential to decentralize clinical research, driving diversity and inclusion in research subjects, the field of decentralized science, meeting decentralized finance, meeting decentralized physical infrastructure, and that capabilities stack being brought into public and private partnerships is extremely powerful. And then the capability to network access to public health, protected health information, including very, very sensitive information such as genomic data, biometric data, in a way that does not require that data to be moved, exposed, centralized, taken out of the boundary from within which it was organized. This means that in these new infrastructures, we can have completely cryptographically verifiable real-world, real-time evidence so that humanity can address our emergencies, our inequities, and realize our vision of faster miracles for all people who are currently suffering from many, many diseases and many profound health disparities. The Government Blockchain Association and the Blockchain Assurance and Standardization Dynamic Coalition's blockchain maturity model is absolutely fundamental to realizing this vision. While the adoption of blockchain and Web3 technologies, primitives, ethics is necessary, it is not sufficient. Simply utilizing those technologies generally, absent any system that the world can trust about the degree of trustworthiness, legitimacy, technological and operational and governance fairness, is a non-starter. So our work in this dynamic coalition is to not only drive to practical real-world adoption, but to do so within systems of assurance, trust, and standardization that can allow an exponential scaling effect to occur, not at the end of our lifetimes or in generations to follow, but in the next 5 years. We have a remarkable opportunity here to move from processes of stakeholder engagement and consensus building, which is very important, into the resource allocation of large-scale, transnational, public-private partnerships that will execute pilot programs. An important element of this is not simply to operationalize the use of these technologies. It is also critical to select those technologies that have been through the blockchain maturity model assessment process, and that will enable all of us to fund parallel, rigorous scientific research. Not only technical validation, but clinical validation is absolutely necessary, that we can demonstrate the population health and health equity and other endpoints that are so vital to the future of humanity. That scientific research needs to have an assertive and continuous publication of peer-reviewed evidence. And we have a tremendous opportunity to move from, let's say, an advocacy basis for the adoption of technology to instead a translational mindset for evidence-based policy and evidence-based scaling of solutions. Together, working in this dynamic coalition, we can form the capital, structure the transparent governance processes to bring SDG 17 to a full state of revitalization and a realization of the true intent of active collaboration using collaborative governance technology that can only be brought about. So with that, I thank you very much and
Thank you,
urge
Heather.
you to consider supporting moving to production and funding the research necessary to do this in an evidence-based way. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Amazing, amazing. Really, very good points that lighting our day. Before going to Priya, I would like to go to Adil for his presentation as the order. So if you would like, please, control to have the presentation back for Dr. Adil.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's get the clicker. And one advantage of speaking a lot is knowing how to condense your talk. So I'm going to try to do it in less than 10 minutes so that to wake you up. I'm also not only a member of the GBA, but I'm also a board member in the Nashville Entrepreneur Center, 14,000 entrepreneurs, 400 million in revenue that went through. And one thing that I learned out of those is the creating the community, the value of creating a vibrant community that allows you to work together. So today I'm going to present to you to help usher a new age in AI, but also how do we coordinate, govern, and work through it in a manner that is actual set and actual applicable systems. So if you can, how do you go back? How do you go back? Okay, perfect. So you have to ask yourself with every new technology. Yeah, I am. With every new technology, you have to ask yourself how. Good work. Yes.
Yeah, we're hearing.
With every new technology, you have to ask yourself, where is the value? I have been talking at the World Economic Forum in the WEF for years, and with every new technology, you always get this wave of people hyping it and then getting to rename it. An anecdote of that is that there is a company changed their name from the T company into the T blockchain company, and their stock tripled. So how do we combat that in AI as it's starting to grow? That's what gave a rise to the artificial intelligence value protocol. So today, in recent years, you have all been familiar with the rise of AI and how it is prevalent through our everyday life. And me, as being a PhD in AI, I can't be more ecstatic to see all of this event happening here. And as His Excellency, the Minister of Education, dedicated his entire presentation in the opening to AI and how we bring AI. Worldwide, there are today 70,000 companies that actually are incorporated to work on AI. If you think that's a lot, just wait a few more years. This will be 700,000 companies working on it. Estimates of the impact of AI on the global GDP is somewhere between 15 and $20 trillion of new added value to the international GDP. But this does not come without its own problems. So there are a lot of things that we need to take care of. Things like ethical use of AI. How do we avoid biases that happen in AI? Because AI is created by data. Data shapes how the AI thinks. So if we have our own biases within the data that we feed AI, the AI will have the same biases in those. Things like the fraudulent practices. Companies claiming that they have a new AI, but they are basically creating a wrapper around ChatGPT and the such. So you don't know how it is fitting to your actual need. And where is the incentivization for all of them to work together? So that's one important piece that the AI value protocol is trying to address. And taking a page from the GBA BMM model, the AI VP is basically designed so that it can perform two major tasks. One is technical verification and financial certification, each one of them with 3 levels. And all of that stuff is backed to a blockchain network, allowing the immutability of the transactions that happen there. Meaning that if you are an AI project and you register on the platform, now we can track all your value that you provide, as well as verify your systems, both financially and technically. And once that all is set up on an immutable blockchain, we'll be able of creating a value-based AI marketplace, meaning a marketplace that allows you to discover AI, invest in AI, work in an AI, engage in AI, all governed by the use of a blockchain. So how is that possible? Well, it's possible by creating a tokenomics underneath it. What does that have to do with it? It's just like what His Excellency mentioned about signal to noise ratio. So we put a certain barrier to remove the noise in the market. AI projects claim that they have delivered value. We ask them to provide that value and pay a fee for that. And that's then used to power the tokenomics underneath the protocol itself. And then on top of that, we have created something called proof of stake verifiers that has not one, but 3 published academically peer-reviewed papers on it, which basically, in a nutshell, ensures that there are validators that validate the AI project, not based on the project's data by itself, but also pair the client's data. So if you are a client looking to use an AI, you can provide your data set to the verifiers. We have a consensus mechanism, so at least 3 or more have to pick it up, and then they test it, they write a report on it, and get in consensus. What's in it for the verifiers? Well, that verification request is usually associated with a monetary reward. So they do the work in order for them to receive the rewards for the verification. But at the back end, you as the user will be able of getting unbiased, independent report of the AI before you actually use it, which is a critical part of what we are trying to create here. So, and we have also added into the system the ability for it to have arbitration requests, meaning if you think your work is right, but others colluded together, you can file for an AR in the system to allow it to be re-examined. So in all of that, what I'm trying to say here is that we are stepping into a new brave world that will have not tens of different AIs, but hundreds of thousands of different AIs. We are getting into a world that will utilize agentic swarms, which is little agents that work on different smaller systems like phones and laptops and so forth that are trying to work together. And it is quintessential that we would create a framework that allows us to be able of discovering those, creating an immutable record for them, and help them to work together so that we can promote the good ethical use of AI versus unethical use of AI or having it rampant as the wild, wild west. So with that, I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and note on the record that I only took 8 minutes in my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adel. Yeah, with that, this is very informative for you afterward. Now I will go to Miss May Siksik. Yeah, Priya, we'll go back to you finally. So Priya, if you would like to share your screen. And before Priya, please let me just introduce Dr. Anne. Dr. Anne, I don't have words to talk about you. If you would like just to jump in and introduce yourself for us, if you can hear us. Dr. Anne. She's not in the Zoom. Okay, not in the Zoom call now. خلاص, Priya, you go ahead. Yes. Hi.
Identity is central to trust, but trust is the cornerstone of the internet we envision for the future. Yet we find ourselves in an age of rising data breaches, identity theft, and privacy concern that erode this trust. The question before us is not just how to rebuild this trust, but how to empower each individual and organization to sustain it. And I believe the answer lies in identity, but not as we know it today. So the role of identity in a trustworthy internet is really fundamental to almost every interaction online. Whether we are accessing a service, making a transaction, or even expressing an opinion, our identities form the bridge of trust between us and the digital world. However, the current central management have left us vulnerable. Our personal data is scattered across platforms, often without our knowledge or even control, leading to exploitation, breaches, and mistrust. Compounding all of these vulnerabilities, emerging technologies like AI and the looming challenge of quantum computing threaten to reshape the landscape of identity risk. Malak already talked about Willow, and AI-driven cyber attacks are becoming more sophisticated, targeting centralized databases with precision and exploiting gaps in security to commit large-scale identity frauds. Meanwhile, quantum computing could render current encryption methods obsolete, exposing identity systems to unprecedented vulnerabilities. And to address all of these challenges, the internet, we must build on the system designed to withstand these future threats, systems where identity is decentralized, encrypted, safeguarded against both today's as well as tomorrow's adversaries. So when we look at it, decentralized identity would become the foundation of such a system, combining user empowerment with cutting-edge technology like blockchain to create trust in a rapidly evolving digital world. And with that, we're going to explore decentralized identity a little bit more in detail. I call it the future of trust, decentralized identity, the future of trust. It reimagines the way we own, control, and share our data. Built on decentralized technologies, it places individuals at the center, allowing them to own their identity, control access to their data, and decide when, how, and with whom we want to share that data. It eliminates reliance on intermediaries, enhancing security, privacy, and user agency. Decentralized identity represents a paradigm shift in the realization of digital human rights as well. If you think about it, by putting individuals at the center of their identity journey, it empowers them to reclaim control over their personal data, ensuring it is used only with their informed consent. This is particularly transformative for historically marginalized groups. Sorry? Did somebody say something? Okay, so if we think about it, decentralized identity could be particularly transformative for historically marginalized groups, such as unbanked populations, refugees, and those underserved communities, as it provides them with digital tools to participate in the global economy and access the essential services that we all need. Also, the decentralized model directly addresses the challenges posed by emerging threats like AI and quantum computing. The decentralized identity system leverage advanced cryptography and privacy-preserving techniques, which could be zero-knowledge proofs, to ensure that identity data remains secure and inaccessible to unauthorized entities, even in the face of AI-powered attacks. Now, if we think about it, with the integration of quantum-resistant cryptographic algorithms, decentralized solutions could be built to withstand the quantum computing era, ensuring long-term protection. And all we are looking at, how do we move beyond the vulnerabilities of centralized system, build a framework where trust is distributed, privacy is protected, and individuals regain control. So if we summarize, this isn't just a technological leap, it's a foundational shift, an internet that we can trust, which is resilient, again present, as well as future threats. If I can talk about Earth ID a little bit now, we've taken this vision a step further. We are proud to be the first and the only decentralized identity or an identity company which has been assessed by blockchain maturity model.
This session through all the audience, but I would like to thank you so much for your presentation. It was really impressive, and as you say, blockchain is an infrastructure technology, and we need a lot of regulation to do this such kind of identity, decentralized identity management. With that, I would like to go to May. This is our last presentation, just 5 minutes. May, go ahead, please, if you please can share her presentation. Thank you so much, Priya. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, the session is running late. I want to talk to you today about how blockchain and emerging technologies can really transform the landscape of global wellness. I'll try to go really fast. So I'll talk about that through our Innovation Network Canada flagship initiative that we call Healthcare Without Borders. Or Innovation Without Borders, through Innovation Without Borders. We're just very quickly about the organization. We're all about taking a holistic approach to innovation and solving. We're focused on solving pressing global challenges using holistic innovation right now, and with a measurable impact using responsible and ethical solutions, interdisciplinary solutions. So a little bit about healthcare right now. It's quite concerning. These are just some of the stats that tells you a little bit about the current state of healthcare on a global level. The demand for healthcare is skyrocketing. Supply is not catching up to this. Meanwhile, we have lives that are lost and costs skyrocketing. Some stats, half the global deaths are preventable, according to WHO. And 50% of the population do not have access to healthcare. 100 million people every single year are pushed to extreme poverty because of healthcare costs. And finally, inefficiencies in healthcare just in the US cost $1 trillion every single year. So we're focused on exactly addressing these challenges using transformative tech such as blockchain, AI, and quantum computing. These are our projects within the initiative are focused on prevention, personalization, inclusivity, and efficiency. Very quickly, these are the top 5 projects that we're working on right now. Blockchain is an essential part of these projects. One of them is providing primary care everywhere in the world, leaving no one behind, using economic and effective seamless solutions. Virtual hospital beds, since this is a global problem, a lot of hospitals are running out of beds. Project number 3 is focused on using quantum-inspired algorithms along with smart textiles to address the global crisis in heart disease. So how can we prevent heart disease, which contributes to 30% of the global deaths every single year, and heart disease is mostly preventable. Number 4 is developing using quantum biology diabetes treatments and in this project, we're working with one of the First Nations in British Columbia, Canada, this is an indigenous community. People there do not make it past the age of 60 years old because of diabetes, and we're not able to address this issue at this point for some reason. So we're developing in partnership with the Quantum Biology Institute therapeutic for diabetes, and blockchain again here is an essential part because indigenous communities in Canada they're very particular with data privacy as their data previously gotten misused. Finally, we're developing a personalized health information system, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. So call it Health One. So this is an AI-based system and blockchain-enabled personalized health information system that has a few aspects. One of them is operational efficiency. So how do you run a hospital or a medical center quite efficiently, eliminate wasted resources and so on. Clinical decision support to empower both patients and consumers with their health. Sorry, some of the slides not coming properly here. Telehealth and IoT and wearables. And you can see from how these technologies, how much the potential for saving here. So AI and quantum tools that we have, they have the potential to save $1.5 trillion plus millions of lives every year. Blockchain can allow us to aggregate data in one spot, give people data, power over ownership for their data, and the ability to decide who can use the data and so on. Saving and it will allow us to save billions in data breaches and interoperability. Telehealth will allow us to handle 71% of hospital visits, doctor visits, saving $200 billion. IoT and wearables actually will have the potential of saving $2.1 trillion for remote monitoring. So I just want to give you very quickly here an example, just a use case study of, imagine this, somebody lives in a remote community, they're wearing smart clothing. When I say smart clothing, it's simply a shirt or undershirt or chest band, and anomalies get detected without them even knowing. So by the way, about half the population, they get cardiac events without even knowing. Some of them become serious, some don't. So your phone will detect anomalies, then some questions will pop up on your phone, ask you, provide a diagnosis based on what you're saying and the biometrics that are being sent, a report go to your doctor, you get seen using telehealth and so on. This is
okay. This is what it is, May.
All right, thank you everyone.
Thank you.
If you want to get involved in anything, please send me an email.
Thank you so much, May. You're already on time, but the organizers asked us to finish. Do you have any time for questions or no? No questions for the audience? Nothing? Khalas, that's it. All right. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, the guys online, Gerard and the team. We appreciate this opportunity to be speaking with you on the IGF. If you have any questions, we'll take it offline. Thank you.